resistance.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yes, everyone, this is the Political Roundtable. I, of course, am your host, the Tin Man, Chris Sheldon, with the Worldwide Resistance Network. If you are watching this, you are the Resistance. Joining me tonight is good old Reverend Ordo, and we might have a few others joining us as we go about this broadcast. So, moving right along. If you like these podcasts, please hit the like and subscribe button and follow us on all our varying social medias, X, YouTube, Rumble, Facebook, all at REALTWWRN, because as we tell you with Meth Monster Glue, we are not, this is a fictitious product. We are not sponsored by anybody. We are of the people, by the people, for the people. So again, if you like these podcasts, share the live feed, follow us on our various social medias at REALTWWRN. Fuck up YouTube's algorithm by hitting the like and subscribe button, as well as that notification bell to be notified anytime we go live. Check out our online store, tons of great merch there at RealTWWRN.printify.me. And as always, feel free to join in the conversation. Comments are now enabled, and Gangster Talks podcast has joined us as well. Hello, Gangster. How you doing? He just said hi, but yeah, we'll give you a good shout out there, because this is one of the only, if not the only, political podcast network that includes you in the conversation. Most podcasts will just throw out a hotline number. We're like, fuck that. If the whole world wants to join in this roundtable, let them join. So if you have any thoughts, opinions, information, or you just want to fucking troll, feel free to join in the conversation. Don't hold back. And on that note, who is the biggest troll in the world right now, Revan?
I would say, in my opinion, Tony from LC Science, man.
I was more or less referring to the orange asshole Donald Trump.
Well, that too. But the thing is, I mean, you got people on YouTube right now, including the funny Tony Chu from LC Signs, who has a anti-woke content in a way. But the thing is, he ain't saying much. He let his actions do the work. He ain't gotta say a word, but he'll do that. Anyways, then he'll
is he paying you for this?
No.
I'm calling bullshit. I think he's fucking paying you for this.
I wish.
Right?
But the thing is, he does not say anything negative. Like, he'll do that stare. Then anyways, then he'll go on to advertise the sign or signs.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, he's very big on his signs.
He'll do a Trump accent in Spanish, in German, in Korean, and like, dude. But it's funny because the woke culture mob was like that's offensive. Actually, it's not, because he's not really saying anything negative, because he's pretty much just, and
yeah,
perfect timing. Funny dude, man. I tell you, funny dude, man.
I'm thoroughly convinced this guy's paying you for this. I'm thoroughly convinced.
If he is paying me, hey, I am guilty, but I am innocent.
Okay,
and,
well, like I was saying,
it'd be nice. I mean, get paid. Hey, Shit.
Yeah.
Buy a prostitute.
You could probably use one.
Yeah. After that's over, to me. Oh,
Okay, well,
fuck.
Well, I was more or less referring to Donald Trump being the biggest troll on the planet right now. Because you look at some of the religious things he's been doing, not only supporting Israel in over the top manner, more than any other president ever has, but aligning himself with the televangelist, Zionist, evangelical crowd. And, you know, we all know about the statue. I mean, fuck. He makes a statue, and now, you know, he compares himself to Jesus. He has these televangelists compare him to Jesus. He has this statue of himself, this gold statue erected of himself, and blessed by these televangelist assholes. And most recently, he came out and said when he's done with the presidency, he might go and run to be the prime minister of Israel and take up for Bibi Netanyahu. Now, you don't make statements like that. I mean, yeah, a joke is one thing, but when you're somebody like Trump, you're pretty much setting the stage.
Hillary did since I couldn't be president of this, I'll be president of somewhere else.
Yeah, but nobody would vote her
because
and she really didn't have the Israel lobby behind her.
No, but pollsters will love her to put her head on the wall.
Maybe. I personally just
think,
I personally think that, you know, Trump is alluding to his future plans.
He's 80, what, 82? 82?
So what? He still thinks he can go
somewhere. I mean, the thing is, people like Trump and, you know, Biden, they're in their 80s and shit, you know, like, dude, it's time to retire. It's time to move to bigger pastures, you know, let your kids deal with the shit, retire, you know, enjoy their grandkids, you know, shit.
Yeah, like Will Aaron was saying the other day, he and I kind of got into a little bit of a debate the other day. But he did make a valid point that, you know, regardless of Republican or Democrat, you know, at some point you need to just fucking step down and admit, okay, you're too fucking old to be doing this shit.
Yeah.
And I think most people would agree with that. I mean, Joe Biden was the poor guy couldn't even articulate a sentence, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. And you got to feel bad that these people held up this frail old man that didn't even know where the hell he was half the fucking time. And it made it pretty much 4 years of what essentially amounted to 4 years of weekend at Bernie's. It's like, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, that doing something like that's just fucking sick.
The oldest living senator died at 100 years old.
Yeah, I mean, they should not be doing that shit. I mean, there needs to be term limits for all political offices. I mean, this should not be a lifelong career.
No. And do it about now again. If they get governor, I mean, if we want to run 1 term or 2 terms, it's fine. Yeah. Or if you're a senator or a member of Congress, that's 6 years. That's 6 years, right? Yeah. 2 terms.
Well, I mean, if the president can only run 2 terms and be 8 years, I mean, maybe match that. At the very least, match that.
Yeah.
And then, but everybody's.
I do agree. I do agree with you, man. If you reach a certain age where you know that maybe it's time to hang it up,
Yeah.
and put on your spurs and your boots and run off in the sunset, call it a day. Because you can live forever. You can't work your same job forever. I mean, dude, the thing is, my dad, he's 72, just turned 72 last month, and he retired over a decade and a half ago. Really, 12 years, same job, and he's happy where he's at.
And you had, I forget who it was, but you had a senator, I believe, who retired at like 46 recently. And he's living pretty. Dude's living fucking pretty. So to say that they can't retire would be a far cry from the truth. So, I'm inclined to agree with Aaron on this one, that there needs to be a cap-off point, regardless of how old you are when you run. I mean, you have to be a certain age in order to run for certain political offices like the presidency. But there should also be a cap off. It's like, okay, once you're past this point, you shouldn't be allowed to run for president anymore. You should be content to retire and be made to retire. And the same goes for congressmen, senators, and any other political office. Once you reach a certain age, you should not be doing this shit anymore. We've had a president now who couldn't even articulate a sentence. He was on such a cognitive decline that he could not even articulate sentences on most days. Okay, you hardly ever saw the guy. And when you did see him, it was a spectacle that wind up getting used by the far right. And it's just like, this is fucking sick. This is wrong. And now you've got a president, Donald Trump, who seems to be in the early onset of dementia. He's definitely showing the signs of onset dementia, overly emotional, lashing out and whatnot. And this is one thing where Aaron and I kind of butted heads, because most Democrats would be quick to point out that, hey, that behavior is not acceptable. But yet Hillary Clinton, when she lost the presidential election, she flipped out. And I'm not talking about she got fucking mad. Like, she fucking flipped the fuck out. Like, she got violently stupid. And I get where, Aaron was saying, oh, she had a right to be upset. Not to that degree, not to the point where you're getting violent and are a danger to yourself and others. Okay, no. Okay, and if you're going to hold Trump to the same candle and say him yelling at people and all the shit he's doing is unacceptable, then hey, we got to eliminate political bias here. And I'm going to touch on that. I'm going to go into that in full scope tomorrow on Tin Man TV. That's going to be my focal point, is pretty much precursor to tomorrow is going to be the argument of trust the science. Well, you know what? Investigating the facts is also a form of science. Investigative science, is researching, ascertaining the truth, testing theories, testing ideas, verifying information. Okay, that's also part of the scientific method. Research is part of the scientific method. So we're going to be diving into that and the hypocrisy of the left and the right in terms of those issues. So again, I want to make sure that people understand I'm not politically biased. Nobody here is politically biased. I'm neither Republican nor Democrat. I would say I'm more conservative leaning, but I tried to maintain a neutral perspective and understanding when it comes to the information that comes forward, and in regards to any given situation. And right now, honest to God, Trump is on a bad one. he's on a bad one.
Yes, I mean, I think, in my opinion, I think his fan base should just try to really say, hey, look, man, you're up there in age. I mean, look, Dianne Feinstein, she was a senator out of Frisco, okay, at Frisco, 9 years old, 90, and she died at 92. She was 92 when she died. Like, how can you sit there and be in the same seat for decades, not holding the seat for decades, and not realizing, bitch, you are in your fucking early 90s. You can't comprehend a fucking fart, by the way. They very much, everybody.
Yeah. I mean, my grandmother, she died at 92, and she spent the majority of like the past 10 years of her life in a nursing home because she wasn't able to walk and take care of herself. I mean, most people are not able to do that.
My grandmother,
so to say that these politicians can is a farce.
My late grandmother, she was 88, 89 when she died. And right now, she would have been 91 this year. 91. No, 92. 92. If she was alive today.
Yeah.
But the thing is, you have all these politicians from Waters and Pelosi, Schumer, Grassley. All these old fuckers are in their late 70s, late 70s, early 80s. Some more in their mid 80s and whatnot,
Yeah.
Again, nobody can live forever. There's going to be a point where you're going to need to see the doctor more often. Have that cognitive test done on you,
Yeah.
And John, that dead Rockefeller, he was 106, and he had 8 heart surgeries and shit.
Yeah, 8 heart transplants.
And the one he just got was like,
I mean, at what point, when your body is so bad off that you have 8 heart transplants? I mean, obviously, nobody wants to die, obviously, but
no.
At some point, you got to be willing to accept your fate and go, you know what? Just can't keep it up.
What was this guy doing? Trying to live, try to become immortal and shit by using different heart? Like, come on, man, dude.
Well, I mean, that's what they want to do with this AI shit. They want to merge their consciousness with artificial intelligence and effectively live forever. They want to eliminate the frail body that will eventually die, regardless, and transfer their consciousness into a computer system that can be maintained indefinitely.
In the EU, Star Wars EU, Palpatine, before he came back, cloned himself. He had many bodies on this, many bodies, right?
Yes.
And his plan for immortality through that way was like not even working, because the thing is, there's people that were plotting against him because they're tired of seeing his old wrinkled ass,
Yeah.
Now that. Now the whole AI thing, I don't think that'll work because somebody in the background will buy their time and think, we don't need these old fuckers.
Yeah.
So why don't we just in their little plan, let them die in peace or in pain or whatever it is? I think both. Yeah.
Well,
give me a minute, man.
No problem. Handle it. I can pretty much take point. Where I was going to go with that is I wouldn't be so much worried about somebody else trying to eliminate the AI and subsequently the consciousness of these individuals. I'd be more concerned that AI would consider those files to be obsolete and a waste of space and subsequently just delete them. And ergo, humanity, the last remnant of humanity, would be eradicated because the AI would see no practical use for these people and their consciousness. If the human species had been eliminated, at least in the physical sense, it would only make sense for the AI to calculate that the consciousness of the human species is as much of a waste and a contamination, and ergo should be eliminated. The same with the body. So I have no doubt in my mind that artificial intelligence would eventually weed out the human race as a whole, both physically and digitally. It seems to me that it would only be the inevitable outcome that it could reach, especially the way it's been programmed and the ideology of the globalist system that humanity is the carbon footprint that they want to get rid of. So it would only make sense that their AI creation would embody those same quote unquote values or lack thereof and principles. And then subsequently take the next step, whether immediately or in the long term, and eliminate human beings digitally just as they did in the physical. Now, here's where my caveat is, and I'm thinking, okay, Tom Burgess messaged. She said to give him a little bit, then he'll hop on. He has a lot to discuss. So I do hope he's tuning in. And because he's got a lot of thoughts and opinions. So we will keep this going. And the best part about the roundtable and this new schedule is we can run as long as we fucking want. That is why we changed the schedule to what it is, because we'll get on these tangents and we can just go and go and go and go. So we changed one of the big things. We changed the time to Mondays and Tuesday nights at 8 p.m. Central for the roundtable on Monday night and Tin Man TV on Tuesday night, so that we are unhindered by the workday. More people can tune in. More people can join the roundtable conversations. And we're not faced with any deadlines. It's like, okay, we got to stop by this point because we got shit to do during the day. So figured do it in the evening time where ain't nobody got shit going on. So from this point on, it's Monday night, 8 p.m. Central Time, the Political Roundtable. Tuesday nights at 8 p.m. Central, Tin Man TV. It was going to be 6 and followed by Grey Jedi TV, but we decided to flip it around. So on Tuesdays, it'll be Grey Jedi TV, followed up by Tin Man TV. So be sure to mark that down on your schedules, because you don't want to miss the kind of shit we're going to be talking about. Because with as many people as have been joining the panels, he's going to get nuts. But getting back to the point at hand here, Donald Trump, with his recent behavior in conjunction with this AI push, and he's been pushing the AI nonsense as well. He has been pushing AI like a motherfucker. It's like, dude, didn't you see Terminator? Didn't you see Tron? Didn't you see The Matrix and all these other fucking movies?
Blade Runner.
Yeah, Blade Runner. You know, Like Elon Musk said, you're fucking with the demon. You're summoning the demon. You really want to fuck with this shit? Do you really want to fuck with this shit? Like me personally, I get so fucking pissed with AI. Like I'll be the first to admit, I use AI for a lot of my artist renderings for the podcasts, the commercials, and some of the banners and promotional material, and even just fun shit. But I'm sitting here like, the fuck with this AI shit, because I am thoroughly convinced that AI deliberately fucks up image renderings so that you will run out of renders before you're finished, before you can achieve your finished product. That way you will have to buy the full version just to be able to finish your product. And I told it that, and I'm like, I'm calling your punk ass out. Like, I will get so fucking pissed at Gemini and Grok and Chat GBT. And Grok in particular right now, because Grok is on this fucking hiatus where no matter what you ask it to do in terms of an art and image rendering, it can't do it. It keeps popping up this fucking error message. I'm like, what in the unholy motherfucker is wrong with you? So that's another problem too. I mean, you're going to get bugs in the system. There's going to be problems, whether somebody causes it or it just breaks down or whatever. Things are going to happen. And if you merge your consciousness with AI, even if it lets you stay there, how long do you think that's going to last before something breaks down?
You're also forgetting the Centurion Man with Robin Williams.
Yeah. Bicentennial Man.
Where he goes from droid to human.
Mm-hmm.
And dies naturally as a human.
Satellite dish sticking out of your ass.
I'm pulling the punches. Oh, by the way, Bird said he'll be joining us shortly. He said he's got a lot to say on the matter. So just wanted to update you on that. He did message. But to catch you up, Robin, we touched on the prospect of AI just considering humans obsolete as a whole, not just in the physical sense, but in the digital sense, and effectively deleting them on its own. We now explored the breakdown of certain elements of AI that could cause humanity to be erased. And there's Rob Zombie.
What's up, guys?
What's up, man?
Good man. Good
have you been watching?
Good.
Oh man, the audio sucks here. Can't hear you guys.
Do you have headphones?
I don't know what's going on.
Can you feel me now?
I mean, I can hear you, but barely.
Can you feel me now?
1 second. Let me see if I can turn this up.
Maybe you need to hear it.
Do you have headphones, my friend? I can give you a free headphone for $1.
Well, then it's not free if you're charging him $1. How's that?
Nope. I don't know what it is. I can't hear you guys. Not very well.
Maybe disconnect and rejoin the chat. Maybe
I'll start doing that.
All right. See you in a moment. We apologize. Birdie is having some technical difficulties. He's trying to fly with wings made out of paper, and it just doesn't go well.
Yeah, that never does, man. Never does, man. Unless when we get different than a box of rocks on crack, I don't know.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
I love Bird to death, but he's got to get a better phone. And so does Zero, for that matter. I love Zero to death, but he got to get better tech, man. You know, the fact that I had to go through and do an AI rendering because we had a hard time, getting his image cleared up. And, if need be, I can send Zero an old phone. And I guarantee he could take good pictures and video. He'd be happy. It's a clam. Yeah, I can do this for you, brother. I can do this. We can give you good stuff.
Just don't send him a Samsung and be like, "Oh, what's this?" You know.
Yeah, I'll send him a Samsung. Hi.
Oh, I can hear you now. Jeez.
Yay! He finally cleaned the cum out of his ears.
What's up, guys?
Hard dicks and airplanes.
Hey, Team Bird.
So have you been watching thus far?
What?
The podcast. Duh.
I watched all the way down to where you were still wearing a uniform, man. I'm
talking about this podcast, the one that we are doing right now. Are you up to speed on what's going on, or do you need a recap?
Yeah, I heard a lot of stuff. You're gonna do this every Monday, and then you're gonna do the other thing Tuesdays. Yeah.
Yeah. But as far as the main topic is concerned, we covered politicians. You know, there should be an age limit for not only when you can start running, but you know when you need to fucking retire or can no longer run for political office. Term limits for all political offices as well. We explored some of the dynamic a little bit. We just kind of grazed on it, the dumb things that Trump has been doing.
Oh yeah,
such as comparing himself to Jesus, erecting the golden statue of himself, declaring that he's going to run for prime minister of Israel when he's done with the presidency, stuff like that. And we just wrapped up talking a bit about the AI and human beings merging with artificial intelligence, and it's subsequently eliminating those digital files and subsequently eliminating humanity as a whole.
Well, basically that's going to happen. It's already happening in like China and stuff like that, because you're already scan your hands and everything just to pay for everything.
They effectively have the mark of the beast system already implemented.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying that's the mark of the beast, I guess. And there's no way in hell I'm gonna let that happen to me. Ain't nobody gonna put nothing in my body.
I want to be a voice for a GPS machine, but very vulgar.
Like the coronavirus too.
Let's turn. Fuck you. Back out.
I didn't take the COVID-19 vaccine.
I do like Chinese food though.
Oh, really? I love Chinese food. I would love some Chinese food.
I went to a one of these chicken places, and I got my dad a couple of sliders with fries, hot. I got my mom
you're on those fucking sliders again, man. You make me hungry, you son of a bitch.
A macaroni bowl. I got a number 4, which is like 2 chicken strips with rice and coleslaw. Oh, dude, man. Fucking better than KFC, dude. I swear to God.
This is why I'm still fat.
What is this? Crystals or fucking White Castle? Where is this? What is this?
Yeah, you know, I had to fly a kite thing just to get to the White Castle. Yep, it was great.
Did you wind up at Guantanamo Bay getting a cock meat sandwich?
Like, no. Hi, I'm Big Bob.
Okay. Well, I do want to throw out right there, I try to help you guys out a little bit here. Reverend and I were talking about it before you joined. We were starting to get into it. I'm going to be sending him the banner behind me. And we also got him his gray lightsaber. He's got a gray lightsaber now. He'll be getting that in the mail as well.
Bro, how much would it cost for me to get the same banner you got behind you, so I can have it behind me too? I'm getting a laptop by the way too, so I can have a front view and everything.
Nice. This banner behind me costs about $60.
Okay.
But I found the reason I'm getting rid of this one is because I found a company that produces cloth banners, because as you can see, let me full frame myself. You can see the glare.
Yeah, I see it.
From my backlight here. So, I got myself a cloth banner being made, and when that arrives, I'll be sending this one over to Brevin so he can have a backdrop. And
so, you guys talked about Trump being the Antichrist yet?
We will get into. We are going to get into that. But what I was alluding to, we're trying to help Revan grow his thing. We'll help you grow your thing if you were wanting to become a permanent part of this. You were talking about maybe even coming down here. You know, I've already got the setup here to where we have a second mic.
Cool.
And I think Robert
That
tried
might
to
be
join the
sooner
show.
than you think, man.
I don't see him.
Who's here?
I don't see him. Is he here? Oh, there he is. I thought he was going to be next to me. There he is. There he is. Welcome, welcome.
Rob, what's up, man?
Yeah.
What's going on? What's going on?
Yeah, we're just doing some quick plugins right now. Like I said, we're trying to help. I'm going to be giving Revan the banner here. I'm upgrading to a new banner to where we don't have the glare. We want to try to grow this operation as best as humanly possible, because right now I'm more than happy to help my brothers and sisters in arms to grow this operation and grow their respective stuff. Like Revan, he's got gray Jedi TV, so we got him a gray bladed lightsaber. Show you that. Got a gray blade.
Nice.
Picked that up for Revan this morning. Do a lot of nice things there. But, you know, we can't do this without you guys. You know, we don't have corporate sponsors. All we have is Meth Monster Blue.
For right now.
Yeah, so APAC sure as hell ain't backing us up because why? We talk shit on them all the time. And why? Who wants to say it?
Because they won't help us out. No, I'm kidding.
No, who wants to say it? Who wants to say the magic word?
The fucking
That's not already busted up laughing in the background, man. I pull no punches, man. That's why APAC don't sponsor us. So, everybody watching this, we are of the people, by the people, for the people. So, again, if you like the podcast, help support the broadcast. None of us are getting paid for this. Every little bit that is made goes right back into the organization, helps better this studio. We're going to be improving Revan's situation, getting him set up with a studio as well. We want to grow this operation because either you grow or you die. And we're doing this for you guys. We come on here, we're putting our necks on the line, fighting the New World Order. Okay, you think they like that? Oh, hell no. So we're putting our asses on the line for you guys. So support those who fight for you. Check out our online store, REALTWWRN.printify.me. Tons of great products there. And again, even if that's not your thing, I understand times are tough economically. It costs nothing to share the live feeds or to follow us on our various social medias. And speaking of which, Revan's got quite a bit of social media there. So we're just going to go ahead and take a quick break.
Plus, we got free beer and hookers.
Where the hell you been hiding that shit? Shit.
In the closet.
Clearly. But we're going to go ahead and jump into the commercial to where you can see all of to where Revan can tell you all about everything, all his platforms, and you can check out a little bit of the online store. So we will be right back.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Reverend Ordo, and I'm a co-host of the Worldwide Resistance Network. I want to let you know about my content on my so here, check me out on Minds, Gab, MeWe, Cloud Hub, Tumblr, Parler, Getter, Rumble, Scoops, TikTok, and also on YouTube on the Anonymous Minority Network and the Anonymous Republic Network. Also on Truth Social. And also check out the Worldwide Resistance Network. Also check out Tin Man TV. Also on Tuesday evenings, Gray Jedi TV. Quote the Raven, D's nuts. Peace.
You are watching the Political Roundtable on the Worldwide Resistance Network. If you are watching this, you are the resistance. Yep.
Did you see the message of the
floods? Say again?
Look at the message. I have to step away.
Okay, not a problem, bro.
All right, I'll try to join here in a little bit.
All right, no problem, bro. Hope everything's all right. Yeah, but yes, we are the Worldwide Resistance Network, REALTWWRN, and you are watching the Roundtable. I, of course, am your host, the Tin Man. Honkin had to step away. But we still have myself, the Reverend Ordo, and Tommy Bird. Now, Thomas, you said you had a lot of thoughts and opinions on the whole Trump thing. And let's be honest with Trump, man. Like every time we turn around with that guy, he's just on some new fucking thing. Like when I started off the podcast, I suggested that he might be the biggest fucking troll on the planet, because it's like every time we turn around he does something stupid, and everybody, including his base, is just like, why must you fail me so often? I mean, like, for real. And we look at this in terms of a biblical context. I mean, Israel is on the front lines with everything. Like every time you turn around, Israel is at the forefront of some controversy, or they did something or pissed off somebody. Like everybody's getting pissed off at Israel, and people like Alex Jones are sitting there going, oh, it's not always about Israel. It's not always about Israel. There are other factors. You got China, you got this, you got that. It's not always about Israel. Okay, that may be true, but what the question I would pose to Alex at this point is, why does it always fucking come back to Israel? It's not just people talking about Israel. It always comes back to Israel. The sinking of the attack of the USS Liberty, Jews dancing on 9/11, the botched intel, the deliberate botched intel of what WMDs in Iraq, everything else that has been going on with Israel, pretty much running our foreign and domestic policy at this point, and pretty much just indirectly is running the United States government at this point. The Antichrist will be sitting on a throne in the third temple in Jerusalem, which is in Israel. All end day prophecy seems to center around Israel. So with all this going on, how can we not say it's how could we not see Israel as a focal point and a key player, if not one of the main top dogs and the inevitable top dog in this end day prophecy, so to speak? And Trump is really perpetuating this, bringing Erica Kirk on from Toilet Paper USA to pretty much be the Israeli poster child, the pro-Israeli poster child, using TPUSA as a propagandist platform, along with all these other televangelists. Who he has compare him to Jesus Christ, and then you have that AI image of him as Jesus Christ, which he claimed he was a doctor. Bull fucking shit. I ain't never seen a doctor dress up like that. And then most recently the golden statue, in conjunction with his major push on artificial intelligence, and even signing legislation to where they pretty much have artificial intelligence companies have free reign and won't get in any trouble for shit. It's safe to say that there might be an end day prophecy coming about here. A lot of people say that he's not the Antichrist, but you had him shot in the air. There's not even a fucking scar. A lot of people would say that, maybe he was killed and he was immediately and promptly replaced right there on the spot and nobody caught it. A lot of people have made that speculation, but a lot more people want to suggest maybe, because of all these variables, that he might be the Antichrist or may be positioned as the essential Antichrist figure, or maybe setting the stage for the Antichrist, because we know the Antichrist is essentially a fall guy. Satan isn't the Antichrist, even though he is depicted as such in movies like the Omega Code 2 and Megiddo. They really put emphasis on the Antichrist being Satan in that film, which was posted by pro televangelist motherfuckers. Good movie, but still kind of puts the focus that Satan was the Antichrist, where a lot of people, if you read Revelation, it says power was given unto him to do these things.
I have a lot to say about that.
Yeah, I know it's kind of long-winded, but I'm just kind of setting the stage here. Thomas, you said, again, you just said it, you have a lot to say on the matter. Taking what I've just said, here's the ball, or Alex Jones' head. Take the ball and run with it, bro.
All right, gentlemen, if you would just bear with me, try not to interrupt me. I'm going to try to get this all out as fast as I can, okay?
Take your time, brother. I ain't got
about this logically. Now, we're going to break it down, okay? So, I'm not a very smart man, but I love history and I love studying. And ever since I've been knew that we're going to talk about this, I've actually studied for a couple days. There's a few facts I want you guys to understand is that, okay, so Revelations 2, pretty much like you said, Satan will give him the power.
Yes.
All right. If you look at Revelations 3, he will have a wound on its head.
Yep. Like I said, the bloody ear.
Yeah.
Respectively.
Now, you with me so far? Okay. Like I said, bear with me. So I did a lot of studying. I wrote a lot of stuff down.
Go for it, brother.
Okay, so by the way, that was in Pennsylvania when he got shot in the ear. He was born June 14th, 46. That's a little bit after the war. You also look at the certain signs from Daniel 9. And here's the shocking parts. Okay, so we all know that he was our 45th and our 47th president.
Yes.
All right. I believe in science. I believe that if you go back enough to find out evidence, if you add 5 and 4 together, that's 9. If you add 4 and 7 together, that's 11. So there's 9/11 right there.
A lot of coincidences, and they love that shit. The globalists love that shit.
All right. So let's go a little bit more. Was talking about his Oh, okay. Let's do this first. So, his last name is Trump. If you, what's that? There's a duck.
It's Trump. It's Baby Huey.
That's awesome. His last name is Trump. If you put it, and if you look at the Christian dictionary, trumpet means to deceive. All right,
I've never heard that.
Look it up. So he talks about Mega all the time. Mega is actually from the Church of Satan. It's the 5th and highest degree of Satan. That's Mega. Another thing you need to look into is that his grandmother, Elizabeth, guess what her maiden name is? Elizabeth Christ.
I did hear that. I thought it was his mother's maiden name.
On 6/6/66.
Wow, ominous. Was she knocked up by a goat? Or was she a goat? Wait, what was it in the Omen that the goat gave birth to Damien? In the Omen? Yeah, yep. I know you've seen the Omen.
Yep. So and we got let's see here. So we got the 9/11. We got his great grandmother. His last name means to deceive. Mega is actually a part of a Satanist of the highest degree of Satan. Is the 5th Amendment in the Satan Church. And if you also look in the rest of the in the Revelations, if you read further, they'll talk about how they're going to raise taxes and make things worse for the American people. There's also, he made a promise. It says in the Bible that another way to tell that the Antichrist is near is if he says to the people and calls them down and everything is not okay, but he makes us believe that everything is okay.
Yeah, how many times has he said that we've won the war in Iran?
So if you look at all these things, I think if you, like I said, I did a lot of research on this stuff.
Yeah, and real quick, just to add context, I did look up what you said. The Bible does not state that a trumpet inherently means deception, but it is used. It uses the instrument as a metaphor for a warning against hypocrisy.
There you go. That's what I meant to say.
There we go. So, I wanted to make sure to get that context for you.
I was doing it like I was trying to go through it fast.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, you're coming down the rabbit hole. You're learning a lot, and so and at this point, you've already got a whole plethora of knowledge and information. And this is just the tip of the iceberg, my friend.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that he is doing. Like he promised peace, so he signed so many documents of peace and all these new laws, but he keeps starting wars with other countries. So, everything is going up: gas, food, rent, all because of these AI facilities that he's trying to build.
Yeah, the data centers. We actually have one going up about 30 minutes from me.
Yeah, so the thing is,
over at the Air Force Base,
what runs that is our water, and they're going to eventually pollute our water, which is going to damage us.
Yeah, that's one of the big reasons why people are opposing it. And you look at the Bible prophecy. That reminds me of the Bible prophecy. The star that falls from heaven, wormwood that poisons a large portion of the water, making it undrinkable.
All right. So, like, there's a lot of signs that prove that he's here. The only thing that I can really say that he's not is the Antichrist will preach to everybody that Christ is not our Lord. You know what I mean? And he keeps saying that he is. You know what I mean? So that's the only thing that in my mind.
Yeah.
So if he has been comparing himself. I'm trying to say, if he's not the Antichrist, then I think he's leaving it open to the next person, and maybe the next person is going to be the Antichrist.
So he's setting the stage for it.
Right. So if Trump's not it, he's definitely leaving a big hole for it to come. That's for sure.
Yeah, he's definitely leaving the door wide open for
Mm.
the fulfillment of biblical prophecy. No
It's gonna,
doubt about that.
it's gonna happen. It's coming. A lot of Americans are posting right now around the world, knowing there's something gonna happen. Like if you actually look it up on YouTube, you would listen to over hundreds and hundreds of people talking about the end is coming. They could feel it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So today, it's time to repent. It's time to hold on to the cross even harder because we are in danger. All as
We
Christians
are
are in
clearly
danger.
in what is evidently these end times.
And
And,
the sad part is,
even if we're not in the end times, there's no denying, even if you're an atheist, there's no denying that the globalist system is using the end day prophecies of Daniel and Revelations as a play-by-play book, as their play-by-play.
it just got me that all these things add up to 9/11. His grandmother is Elizabeth Christ. She was born in 6666. It's all this is crazy. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I don't believe in coincidences. You know what
No
I mean?
such thing.
No. Everything that our Lord and Savior said was going to happen is happening, man. We even had that one river that's almost dried up. They said it'll be dried up by what, 2030,
The
maybe.
Euphrates.
So eventually, all those angels are going to be let loose after that, and they're going to kill all the non-followers. We'll just say that.
A huge chunk of humanity, yeah.
Huge chunk. And I am so. If you talk about Jesus Christ, man, let me get this out on my. It's my testimony, man. That people can read about what happened, but it's different when you accept it and try to see it through His eyes. Can you imagine being mocked, beaten, put thorns on your head that's inside your skull, make you drag your cross miles away, nail you, flip you, then raise you, and then mock you and stab you in the side just to make sure you're dead? Like,
yeah.
And not once did He hate us for it.
Oh.
And
Said, Lord God, forgive them, for they know not what they do.
One of the greatest things that taught me humility
Humility, yes.
is the guy that was on the cross next to him. Let him go. He doesn't belong here. He hasn't done anything wrong. And then Jesus looked at him and said, on this day, we will walk together in paradise.
Yep. Because he confessed that Christ was innocent and that He was Lord, and said, "You be right in condemning me, but all that I ask is that when you enter your kingdom, you remember me."
So by me accepting all that thing, the only thing I had left in me is like guilt. I have a lot of rage in me back in the day. A lot.
Yeah.
I was always made feel like I was a coward. My ex-wife, try losing a kid that's still alive. Brainwashing them to where I can't have them. I'm not naming no names. Try having losing everything down to you or nothing but living outside. Thank God that you have parents that will take you in. Trying to not be behind on child support payments. Trying to pray every day that your son's going to be okay, even though you can't see him. And people ask me all the time, how do you keep it together? Because I had rage back in the day.
I can answer that a little bit. I went through the same boat. My wife, my son's mom left me over 20 years ago. Took my son. Played a lot of head games. my biggest fear was losing my son, because when I became a dad, that changed me, and now my son is 27. He's engaged, been married. That there was a huge talk on my bucket list, and I don't know how you feel, man. I do.
I feel you, man. When you take a man's son away, you really don't really have much. And the only reason why I kept it together because I have other kids that depend on me. I take responsibility for my children. I don't turn my back on them. And I fought so hard for him, and it didn't pay out. So the best thing I can do.
Thomas, I want to say something. I want to say something to you, dude. You said that everything you did didn't pay out. It may not seem that way right now, but look at Revan. He went through much of the same situation you did, and now he and his son are closer than ever and have a great relationship.
I haven't lost.
Just because it hasn't paid, just because you don't see the fruits of your labor yet, doesn't mean they're not coming, and doesn't mean it's not going to be in abundance or the greatest blessing you've ever seen. So don't lose heart, my friend.
I feel
my son actually came on the round table a couple times.
Yeah,
and everybody was just blown away on. I mean, wise beyond his years.
How smart he was.
Yeah.
It's so when I have a feeling that eventually he's going to resent that, and he's going to want to find me. He's going to have some questions, and I'm going to still not disrespect his mother because that's not the kind of man I am. And I'm just going to tell him
when he comes with those questions, you will have answers.
I will have answers, and hopefully I just give him a hug and we can move forward. And my thing is, right now, I had so much. Sorry, man. Fuck. I had so much anger in me, and I did the hardest thing, which people don't understand, is that I put it all in God's hands. I couldn't hold on to it anymore. And the moment I did that, the moment I took a knee outside right by a damn tree in the middle of the dark so I can be alone, the moment I took a knee and I prayed in the darkness, it was the day I saw the light, and I still see it today. And I am so grateful for what he's done for us. And then I took really interested in the scriptures, especially the King James Version. I've read it, and I prayed about it. And I can't believe the father I am now. I cannot believe the strength I got now. I cannot believe my children that I have as the moment. I'm so grateful that God gave me them, because there's times where I get home from work. A few 1 month ago, I come back home and I'm angry because I had a bad day at work and something like that. And my little girl puts her hands on my knee and say, "Dad, it's okay." And it's gone, like all my anger. And I start tickling her and playing with her on the bed and trying to make her laugh. So I don't. And then the next day it was forgotten, and I worked even harder. There's times where I'm at work and I just want to go home. I don't want to do this anymore. And I close my eyes, I see my children smiling, and I open my eyes and say, "Thomas, get your ass back to work. Let's go." Yeah. You guys, you have no idea. And I'm not talking about you guys. I'm talking about whoever's watching this in the future. I'm going to tell you something. If you put it in God's hands, there's nothing you can't do. There will be no pain. There will be no suffering. There will be no heartache. Just give it up. Take a knee. Acceptance. The greatest gift that God can give you is two things: forgiveness and love. Love is number one. So therefore, that's why I gotta love my enemies, because God asked me to. Love my neighbor as I love myself. I cannot love my wife or my children until I love myself first. I have to. And that was
love thy neighbor, love thy God with all thy heart and all thy might and all thy soul, and then love thy neighbor as you love thyself. The two greatest commandments.
Two greatest commandments
that Jesus told the Pharisees.
And faith. You see, the mind is tricky. You got science, you got all this, they're all political. Everything scientifically, everything that's in your head is like blinds you from your heart. You follow your heart. God is the one that created. Like everybody's like thinking that the world's like billions years old. It's thousands years old.
Well, you know the NASA thing, right?
But here's the thing, like, okay, so when God made Adam, right? He was a full-grown man, right?
Yeah.
It's just like the planet. He made a planet full-grown. It wasn't around for billions of years. I mean, it was made just. Well,
have you seen Genesis Paradise Lost?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, like anybody, I would highly recommend sitting down and watching that film. I'm not going to get into details, but getting back to NASA real quick, you know, the whole thing about NASA and the meaning behind their name, and the logo is a serpent's tongue and all of that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all about deception. I mean, I'm not going to sit there and pretend that I know whether or not, you know, the world's flat, or whether or not we're a ball floating through space, or how old the planet is or isn't. But I have enough faith in God to go, you know what? Does it really, can I really say that I trust my government, that I trust these institutions? I can't trust them.
You never trust anything like that.
So I look at everything with scrutiny and skepticism.
It's like this. It's like we're not meant to hate. We're not built that way. We're built to work. We're built to plow the fields and multiply. We're built to follow God.
We're not here to rape the fields and pillage the women.
I'm not a Democrat. I'm a servant of God. That's just it. I love my. 1 second. Hi, baby. I love. Oh, I'm on the round table right now. Oh, you're beautiful. All right, so, where was I
at? You were about to ask your wife for a blowjob?
No. No, I don't like that. Don't judge me. Don't. Anyways,
she I could make jokes, but
it's just like
you were talking about your faith, and you know, finding faith and finding balance and peace in Christ, and keeping up your hatred and all these burdens.
That's all. Like I said, I'm an American because this is where my family's at. Okay, if I was born somewhere else, it'd be somewhere else. I don't look at division. We are all people of God. We are all equal. We are all one. There is no difference. It's just like the world. There's a lot of greens, reds, yellows. Beautiful. And that's how God made us. We're all different colors. And we're all beautiful. And here's the thing. Racism is a choice.
It's the divide and conquer narrative. Whether it's the color of your skin, your religious ideology, your political ideology, it's all a divide and conquer narrative. It's meant to keep us pitted against each other.
Yeah.
It sucks that we live in this kind of world that we do now. And it makes me sad. It doesn't make me mad. It makes me sad. I hurt for seeing people the way they are, men being women and walking around in pride and all that stuff. It just breaks my heart because humanity is going down, and everything that God said is going to happen is happening, and nobody cares.
Yeah, and that's why I do what I do, and I'm going to take point here for a moment. You probably saw the video I posted, you know, where I'm kind of go on my tangents, and I say, you know, a lot of people jump my shit about it. It's like, oh, you shouldn't be so mad. You shouldn't be cussing so much. I like being mad. I like being pissed off. It's not that I can't forgive people or that I have hatred for people in particular or anything like that. I have a hatred for what is happening in the world and the evils that are taking place. We are called to hate the agents of darkness and the spiritual powers that are influencing our world and the evils that are taking place. We're called to hate that. We are called to take a stand against it. We are called to bring it into the light and to warn others. That's why I have that Ezekiel passage, which is going to be the new banner. It's going to be that one poster that I put together, the Ezekiel passage, Ezekiel 33:6, I believe it was.
Mm-hmm.
For we are the watchmen, and it's up to us to see the dangers coming and to warn about it. And if you're not pissed off about it and you're just complacent, you're like whatever about it, then that's when bad shit happens. That's why people wind up in situations like the Holocaust of World War II, or being led into bondage by and killed by people like Adolf Hitler, Stalin, Mao, or people being subjugated in China, like you were talking about earlier. Okay, these things don't happen when you're angry and you push back. I'm not saying be violent, be hateful, be unforgiving, but I am saying don't allow complacency. Yeah, and you, Thomas, you were mentioning before that you were a very angry person back in the day. I was equally as angry, if not more so. I mean, let's go ahead and put that story out there when I freaking shattered a set of nunchucks across your face, and what happened?
I chucked you on the table.
You didn't chuck me on the table. You fucking picked me up and choke slammed me into the table, into a wooden kitchen table, while I was punching the shit out of him after I had shattered a set of wooden nunchucks. These weren't toy nunchucks. These were a set of wooden nunchucks that I broke across this man's face.
Yeah, that shit hurt.
Yeah. And he picked me up and slammed me through the fucking table. And I've experienced a lot of hard times too. And if it weren't for this man, I'll tell you straight up, I probably wouldn't be alive today. When I was made homeless and I had a lot of shit being said against me that wasn't true. This man here was one of the few people that actually had my back and saw the truth and helped me to get back on my feet. He was one of the few people, and there were very, very few people who actually saw through the bullshit and had my back and helped me get back on my feet. A few years ago, even, I was in a bad relationship situation, and I reached out to you. And for those of you who don't know, Thomas is a very busy man. He's got 5 kids. He's got his family stuff going on. So he and I do not get to talk much. And oftentimes, responses would be delayed. But on this day in particular, I messaged him the situation of what I was faced with. I'm like, I don't know what to do. And he promptly messaged back. And I swear to God that this was God doing this, because the night before I was listening to the song, that praise and worship song, Open the Eyes of My Heart. And I'm like, God, I see the situation, but I don't see the situation. I can't accept the situation. Help me to see and accept the situation. So something happened in that situation to where I couldn't refute it anymore. But still, the natural man in me at the time was trying to fight that. And I messaged Thomas and said, this is what's going on. I don't know what to do. And again, God acting, because generally it would take him a while to respond, because he's got life going on. He promptly responded and said, Chris, you know what to do. Now just shut the fuck up and do it.
I remember that.
And I did. I ended that relationship, and I became red pilled and really woke up, and I am no longer that beta simp that I was. I now have a great deal of self-respect, and looking back on my life as a whole and the experiences I had with you that I mentioned, when I was homeless and high school and all that, I really see my worth as a man. I see how I've grown as a man, and that was really God using you to helped me. And now I am where I am, in a position to where I am called to warn people of this impending danger. And I strongly feel that we are in the end times, or at the very least, these people are influenced by these dark energies and are using the Bible as a play-by-play book to suppress and do harm to humanity, because they can't hurt God. So they're going to try to hurt God by hurting us. And I'm not going to take that. Okay.
That's so weird.
Hey, I'm pissed off about it. I am pissed off about it. And I have to be pissed off about it, because if I'm not, then we're going to have another Nazi Germany. We're going to have another Holocaust. Whether you believe the Holocaust did or didn't happen, it's going to happen here if we don't push back. And
I don't know how many warnings are out there. There's so many warnings for that.
Oh, big time. Big time.
Like you were saying, the Euphrates drying up, Trump being shot in the ear, and becoming egomaniac, comparing himself to Christ. At what point do you cross the line and go from comparing yourself to Christ to saying you are the Christ? How thin is that line from one to the other, and how easy could it be for somebody like Donald Trump, an egomaniac and narcissist, to sit there and cross that line? The fuck?
Like, so on that subject, I think we're all like Christ. You know what I mean? We're supposed to live like Christ lived.
Yeah, to be Christ-like, but to compare you,
but we're not
try to live a Christ-like life, and to be born again, to pick up your cross and follow Him, and all that is vastly different than comparing yourself to Jesus Christ and depicting yourself as Jesus Christ. And you know what? I make no qualms about it. I push back. I push back on that shit. Orange Jesus. I'll pull no punches. Oh, wrong way. That's a Reverend. That's not a Trump. Yeah, let's go every holiday.
Yeah. It's tough, man. It really is.
It is. And we can't give up. Because
you saved my life too, though, man.
How did I save your
Don't
life?
put it on just me. I know in the beginning how
did I save your life? I'm an asshole. I've always been an asshole. Like I do have a legitimate question for you. I am a fucking asshole. You said you kind of like idolize me or look up to me. Why? I'm a fucking asshole.
Maybe that's why I looked up to you, because you're an asshole. Listen, you're stern in everything you did. You're logical. You're smart. You know a lot of shit. I'm not as smart as you are.
Don't sell yourself short, man.
What I'm trying to say.
I like my shirt. If at first you don't succeed, try doing what Chris told you to do the first time.
I like that. I really do. I like that. But for instance, like, dude, I like that shirt. I want that shirt.
Get them on eBay. You could probably get one in your name too.
That'd be cool. That'd be so cool.
Yeah.
Hey, how many times have I had bruises all over my body and you came and picked me up?
Yeah. I remember when you called me up and I drove all the way out to Morongo from Hemet.
You risked your job, didn't you?
Yeah, I risked my job to come out and get you and rescue you.
You did. Yeah. How many times you took me in and gave me something to eat or something to drink through all the years that we're living in Frank and Diane? How many times have I asked you for help and you given me?
Yeah, like when you and I first got back in contact, like when your kids were super little.
Yeah, you gave me $100, and I still haven't paid you back.
I gave you $100 for diapers and things that your kids needed. I never asked for it back because I knew you needed it. I knew your kids needed it. If you can help somebody, you should help somebody. That's just kind of how I've always been, and especially considering there's been times where I've needed help, and people, though very few, have helped me. So I got to pay it forward. not because I owe a debt, but because, it's the right thing to do.
I just saw something in you, man. Like when I first met you, like I remember you and I were running through the field, not that field, but we're talking about the field and go by the bushes and filming our conversations about the future. And I remember everything we saw at Oliveira's. I remember at Somniacs. I remember.
Insomniacs. Yeah, I miss Insomniacs, man.
Me
For those of you who
too.
don't know, Insomniacs was a cyber cafe from years ago. It's since been taken over by a martial arts studio that I used to attend. I don't know if the martial arts studio is still in business, but
One thing you taught me though, you fight, we laughed, we have argued, we have came up with agreements, we have through our whole lives. But one thing that we did do together is we always stayed friends. We became family, and that's what
Yep.
family. No matter what, you just stick together, and that's what humanity is supposed to be like. We're a prime example. For instance, I believe in change. Do you believe in change? For instance, let me tell you.
I
No,
changed my underwear.
no, not change. All right, let me get change.
Chains. Like shackles kind of chains, like a chain link.
Oh, yeah, chain link. Yeah. So get this right. So what happened to me and Robbie? One thing he taught me about that subject, which is not my place to talk about. Oh my God.
I'm Alex Jones.
He shook my hand. I don't know why.
And placed it on his meat whistle.
But he was.
You'd probably be so pissed by something.
But listen. He shook my hand.
Like, fuck you, Chris.
It's one of those things that I'll never forget. Like, why? I don't deserve that. And then he walked away. And then when we didn't work out, I went back there. And ever since then, my ex-wife did me dirty. And then I went from there to South Dakota. And then I had a kid and got married with her. And then she did me dirty. And then I had to move from there to Iowa here because my parents moved up there after my grandma died. And then I met this girl named Brittany, and we found our own first place together. And then she did me dirty.
And avoid saying names.
All right. So
you don't want to put people on
think
blast
about it.
At you.
And then I finally, like I said, this is when I found Christ again, and I started getting everything, and I begged for forgiveness. And then next thing you know it, my neighbor moved in, and that's how I met my wife. But guess what? If I didn't go through all that bullshit,
you wouldn't be the man you are today.
I wouldn't have my wife.
Yeah.
I would not be the man I am today. And I believe that we have to do trials to learn, progress. That's why I think that's how God looks at us. He doesn't really look at what we did. He's trying to lead us to a path to where we can go back to Him.
Yeah. And at which point we got to grow up.
We have to grow up.
How could we expect to have a relationship with an all-knowing, omniscient God as children? We got to grow the hell up. We got to grow. We got to better ourselves.
We all go through our own odyssey or journey and whatnot until. Yeah. I mean, you do it with patience, man, and when the time comes, it comes without you even realizing,
Yeah,
I had to do it,
Can I ask you guys a question?
What? Anybody I know?
Hey, listen. There's my question. Why does a lot of people in the world hate Christians? What did we ever do to them?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people will cite the Crusades or the witch trials or people force-feeding their religion or shunning them in a church. I mean, there are a lot of reasons that people would have caveats for mainstream Christianity. You look at what happened in the Catholic Church and even subsequently the Mormon Church with the child molestation things that happened and the subsequent cover-ups that happened within these organizations. So a lot of people would have a lot of grievances, but what they fail to understand is that to be a Christian is not about the people or the congregation or the pastors. It's about your relationship with God. God didn't do these things. God didn't wrong you. God wasn't the asshole here. It was people who were the problem and did wrong in the name of God or tried to hide behind God.
Right. So that's why I don't believe in religions. Like the reason why I believe I'm like, okay, so I'm like 90% Mormon. I mean, let's just throw it out there. Here's the thing. There's a couple of reasons why.
The Mormon channel.
Listen, I'm Mormon.
And Reverend's inactive LDS too.
Well, get this right. So Jesus was baptized into the Aaronic priesthood, and the only religion that has a Aaronic priesthood is the Mormon. There was a lot of prophets that died recently to our church and didn't bat an eye. Not really. They died happy. Yeah, and Joseph Smith himself was tarred and feathered, and he still went on preaching what he believed in.
I do want to point something out about that. A lot of Christians argue that Joseph Smith was a fraud and all this stuff, but he maintained his testimony, even in the eyes of great persecution of not only himself but his loved ones, even to the point of his own death, and he never renounced what he said he believed. Neither did the people around him. Even those who might have defected from the church at one point or another, they never denied him what they saw, what they believed, or any of that. And as such, I want to remind my fellow Christians out there that you make the same argument about the apostles and all the persecutions they faced at the hands of the Roman Empire and the Pharisees, telling them to renounce what they claimed Jesus did, and they never did, even to the point of their own deaths. And so for Smith to have done the same thing, that's a correlation I do want to point out to people. Whether you choose to believe in that theology or not is entirely up to you. I'm not trying to force my theology. I'm just saying, it's a point that it bears pointing out. Now, as far as anybody goes with theology, believe whatever the heck you want. But I would say, don't judge a theology based on what you've heard from somebody else. Do your own research and make your own determinations, and let God tell you what's what.
Right. So it's like saying there's a scripture, I forget where it is, but it says, whoever lacks knowledge, ask of me. I'm talking about if you really want to know down to your bone, he'll tell you.
If any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of God who giveth freely and unabatedly. Yeah.
If you really, like for instance, so a lot of people are not going to believe me. So long story short, I did a prayer like that because I wasn't sure. And you're gonna laugh at me because it was in a filthy garage at Frank and Diane's house, and
I cleaned up that garage. Damn it!
This is before that, and I took a knee in there because I knew nobody goes in there because how filthy it was. And I thought about it from a couple.
James 4:5 is the verse, by the way. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Yep.
If any of you lack wisdom, you should ask God, who giveth generously to all without finding fault, and it will be given you.
So I told myself I'm either going to look like an idiot or something's going to happen. You know what I mean? But I got tired of. I just got tired of feeling lonely. Like even though I had people around me, I just felt lost. You know what I mean? I got let go of the iron rod, man.
Yeah, I mean and there was a lot of us in that house. It was you, me, Frank, Diane.
There's John, April. There's
there was a lot of us.
Lynn.
Yeah.
And when I went in there and I took a knee and I prayed, I didn't get through it. Like the best way I can describe it, and this is the part that I have a hard time explaining. You can't explain the spirit because it's so hard. But the best way I could say it is I felt I have felt no worries, no pain, no bad thoughts. I had nothing in me. Like there was nothing. I had nothing but joy. I felt so happy that it was like a cup. If my heart was a cup and it was underneath a faucet, it's like God left it on and it kept overflowing. I was begging for him to make it stop. I was so, it was the true purest thing of joy. The closest I could think of it. I may have not seen heaven, but I
But you felt
felt what heaven would be like. Not one bad thought, not one worry, not one anxiety, not nothing. I felt pure joy. And then when it went away, that guilt hit my head so fast. And that's when I knew that he was there.
Yeah. And a lot of people do have experiences like that. So we can't sit there and deny that, there is something to this idea and this theology, whether, and I'm not saying, and I say theology loosely, and the Christian dynamic. And, you pointed out a little while ago that these people hate Christianity. Why do these people hate Christians? Why does the media demonize Christians? Why do the Jews hate Christians? Even though we're allegedly commanded to bless Israel, yada, yada, yada. Why is there so much animosity towards Christians and specifically towards Jesus Christ? Why is it such a taboo thing? Nobody gives a shit about Thor. Nobody gives a shit about Zeus. Nobody gives a shit about any of these other ideologies. The Hindu theology, nobody cares. It's not bothered by mainstream Christianity. Buddha, none of these theologies get as much hatred and scrutiny as Jesus Christ does. And it begs the question, why? So many people argue, oh, well, it's a fiction. Well, you're not hating on the Lord of the Rings as much.
Right.
Nobody's hating on Harry Potter this much. And there's some diehard Harry Potter fans out there. There's some diehard Lord of the Rings. There's some diehard Star Wars motherfuckers out there.
Yeah,
there are people who actually hold to Jediism. Jedi is actually a recognized religion. Reverend and I were actually talking about that earlier, were we not? That's Jedi true. Is actually a religion. It is classified as a religion.
Yes, there's some religions that you can challenge your energy to move objects like cups and stuff like that. That's how you train. From
Tai Chi, Richi. You remember going with me to martial arts when I was doing Kung Fu and Tai Chi. You remember seeing all that shit, the energy, the manipulation of the energy around you and within you. I mean, remember what Sifu Ford did to you with the arm?
Yeah.
With your arm? Okay, so we're gonna go. I'm gonna go ahead and show this story here. Like, I'm putting myself full screen so we can actually show this. Our Sifu, Sifu means teacher in Chinese, he had us put our arm down and our arm out like this, and he said, try to hold it in place. And he tried to push down, and you can't move it. But then he did something to manipulate the energy, and the hand just goes down. And you can see Thomas. He's a big guy. He's a strong guy. He is this very strong man. And Sifu, he was up there in age. He's probably not the strongest guy. I guarantee you, if it weren't for the martial arts aspect, in a fist fight and a brawl, Thomas and probably could have whooped his ass, at least in terms of size, strength, and age. But just with a little bit of manipulation caused Thomas's arm to fall.
Yep. I've actually met a few people. I was actually taking Taekwondo. I made it to my yellow belt. And
Nice.
This girl, she was half my size, almost borderline little person. And she kicked my ass, bro.
Oh, yeah.
She knew my pressure points in the back of my knee, my arm, my shoulder, and I was out. I was on the ground. I hurt so bad for like 2 weeks. And I remember
I would have paid to have seen that. I would have paid admission to see
it
that.
happened like 3 or 4 years ago. But yeah, I took her. We went out for a drink. Of course, I took my wife and my children, and I couldn't believe it. And she, if you would see the size of this woman, you would laugh. Like, you would laugh.
Yeah, I mean, you're a pretty big, muscular guy, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, do not let the quote unquote pudginess.
No. But yeah, I realized when I was
you, ladies and gentlemen, this guy is like Kingpin. He may look fat, but it's all fucking muscle. This guy is a fucking tank.
You know, there's okay, so I worked at KPI. I don't work there no more because I was laid off. It's really slow there now. I'm still looking for work. We were building those.
I said, come down here and get you work.
The oldies, you know, all these belt things you put the groceries on and it goes down the line. We were building those cabinets. All right. And one almost fell off the cart. And so I went up to the other end and I lifted it. And everybody's looking at me, lifting one side of it. And I was like, is anybody going to grab a cart and put it underneath this thing? Or are you going to watch me hold this damn thing? I was shaking holding that thing. And I found out it was 700 pounds.
Oh, these nuts. Yeah,
Oh,
like I said,
all
this guy's appearance for you. He's a fucking tank.
Yeah,
I had 3 people laugh at my shirt today.
Nice.
The first guy was a delivery guy. He was in the turning lane. He goes, "Hey, nice shirt, man. Out these nuts." Laughing.
Want to hear a fun fact? Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
The same person was a lady that went. I went to a store where I got this hat, and she saw my shirt. And goes, she's like this. Out these nuts. She started laughing, dude, like just fucking laughing. And then the guy at Walmart. And then the guy at Walmart, he's like pushing cars, like started laughing, man. Like
this guy will get a rise out of anybody. He knows how to get a rise.
Now get this right. Here's a fun fact. So when they remodeled every Aldi's in California, I built personally, this just me, I built every shelf.
Nice.
So every shelf that you see in any Aldi's in California right now, I built with my own hands.
And he also defeated the entire Viet Cong army in Vietnam.
Hold on, I gotta let my dog back in the pen. Come on, Bert. Get in there, bro.
Yeah, but hold on until he gets back.
Go lay down, please. It's bedtime, baby.
Yeah, but
go.
It's bedtime. Go read a book, and it better not be blue. It better not be one of my dirty magazines.
You want me to slam dunk you, girl? Get on that bed now. If I beat your butt.
Oh, talk about love being a good Christian. Oh, you want me to bite something on the bed?
You want to fight? Ow! I'll fight you. Ow! Ow! You hit like a girl. Stop it! Go lay down before I beat your butt.
No.
What?
No.
I'm gonna beat you up. Ow! My wieners! Get off me! Oh, that's my arm, girl. That really hurt. Oh, okay. All right, Mini Me, get away from me with your big head. Get out of here. Hey, hand me my soda right there.
Okay.
That a girl. Who's your daddy? I got on the bed.
You.
Are you sure I'm your dad?
Can I have a drink of it?
You want a drink of this?
Yeah.
$100.
I don't have $100.
All right, here. $50. No, drink it right. Drink it right. That a girl. All right. You don't need that much. You need to go to bed. Don't tell your mama gave you that. No, go lay down. Go on. I'm on live. Do you realize I'm on live right now? Like the whole world's listening to this. Go sit down. Go sit down now. I promise you can watch a movie as long as you don't tell your mom. But go lay down now.
His wife watches this.
I'm back.
His wife watches this tomorrow. Thomas!
All right, sorry guys.
You're definitely a good dad. You really are.
Oh, thank you.
And the whole world can see that.
I'm so sorry about that, Chris. That was your channel, man. I didn't mean to do that.
It's all right. You just showed the world how good of a father and a man you are right there, man.
Oh man, I ain't nothing.
That is a prime example
Dad,
of what men should strive
my
to
dad
do.
had a head surgery back in 07. And my son was still a little guy. And they had the
Take point. I gotta go take a piss.
They had the sprinklers on. I said to my son, I'll give you $1 if you want through the water. He said, fuck. He just ran through it, man. All right. He ran through it. I'm like, I was kidding, you little shit. Like, give me $1, Dad. Give me $1 now. Oh, yeah. So give him $1. So.
Man, kids are awesome, man. Like, they're like, one way to my heart, dude. If it wasn't for my kids, I don't know where I would be right now, man.
Oh, big time.
And if anybody understands that, that's you, man. I hear you, man. When I hear about your son, man, it touched my heart, man. I'm so sorry. But I'm glad you guys are together now. You know what I mean? I'm glad you guys got a friendship now. And hopefully in the future, it'll be just like that with me, man. I'll have a connection. He'll have some questions. I'll answer his questions. And it can just move on. You know what I mean?
That's all you can do, man. That's all you can do is let time take its course. My son, he came out to me a few years ago, and he was scared. I mean, he was like terrified. He told his mom, my mother, his grandmother, and I was the last one. But the thing is, I let it sink in. I let it sink in because it's hard because people do judge even their own kids. But the thing is, you have to really have patience and listen, but also what they tell you, you got to take it in gradually because you don't want to rush. You want to let time take its course. And when I finally realized, I don't care if it's gay or straight, that's my son. That's my only boy, you know. I love my son. The most bravest kid I ever known my whole life, you know. And he's engaged, he's happy. And as long as he's happy, that's on my bucket list, you know. And
you did your job right. That's what I'm saying. As long as your kids are happy, you didn't fail. You know what I mean? Like my first daughter, she's bisexual. You know what I mean? So do I agree with it? No, but she's happy and she's got a boyfriend now. So, as long as my kid's happy, I feel like I did my job right, man. And good for you, man. Like really good for you.
I left the church over 20 years ago, and we went to the bishop's house because he had a dinner going on, you know, for the whole congregation and everyone else. It went wow. And we met a few new members of the church and whatnot, and we went to Utah, to Salt Lake City. Beautiful, like mountains.
Salt Lake City.
And then we got a call from the bishop, the new bishop. One of the new members said to him that she did a threesome with myself and my son's mom. We're like, well, what time out? No, this is like complete bullshit, man. You know.
Wow.
Doing that is like trimming my arm off. Doing that is like wanting to trim my arm off with a Ginsu blade, man. Dull. And so I left because of the hypocrisy, you know. And like my grandmother once said, all they do is go up there, and when they do their testimony, it's all bullshit. It's all bull crap.
Yeah, there's a big difference between action and words. I mean, you can say whatever the fuck you want, but your actions need to back it up. And I noticed that really happens in this day and age. You know, people's faith is based on their experience with other people, with their church, with the congregation as a whole, or the pastor or whatnot. They put too much emphasis on the people and not their relationship with God. And so many people are falling away from Christ and developing resentment towards Christ because of a bad experience they had. We've all had it. Myself, Reverend Thomas, Aaron and he and I talk about that quite a bit. Yeah, he's had similar experiences in his previous faith, Catholicism. So it's a universal thing.
We had a couple of Jehovah's Witnesses come by here the other day.
Oh,
hi, how you doing? Good. Am I good? Yeah, I'm good. I'm like, wait a minute, stop. I felt a disturbance in the force. I go, by any chance, are you guys Jehovah's Witnesses? Bye. Shut the door. Fuck you guys, man. I mean,
you know, I remember Jehovah's Witness came to my door one time, and I opened the door. I said, "Yeah, let me grab my Book of Mormon. We can compare notes."
Like, they'll run at that.
They left, man. They didn't even stay.
They came by my house one time. This was when my wife and I separated. They came by, and I was like, bare ass naked and shit. I was like, happy birthday to me. Hello.
You would.
You. God bless you, my brother.
You're the guy who's going to get a freaking door knocker that is a set of testicles just to get people to not knock on your door.
If you're that doom doom, but it's like they just left like, good day, sir, and it's left like, it's far good, you know. I'm good, you know. I'm good.
Yeah, I will say though, like I've not had bad experiences with Jehovah's Witnesses. Their whole claim to fame is that theirs is the most accurate retranslation of the Bible because of the whole thing with the Schofield Reference Bible they took and did a retranslation. Their claim to fame is that is the most accurate modern day translation of the Bible, which may or may not be the case. I don't know.
I heard they based a lot of their religion on certain verses of the Bible. I don't know. Yeah. It's not up to me to judge. I
can say that I respect
God. I'm happy with that.
I can respect that. You know, out of most of these theologies, they and the Latter-day Saints are the ones who are, for the most part, hold true to the original traditional values.
I see there's a lot of things. Like some people say that the Mormon Church only existed since the 1800s. No, actually, if you think about it, we exist since the very beginning.
Yeah,
so we just brought it
and
back.
A lot of people are embracing the theology. Like a lot of people rejected the idea of the God being the father of the angels. But it says in the Old Testament in Genesis that the sons of God came down, the angels, and laid with the daughters of men and created the Nephilim and taught human beings magic, war, manipulation, and all sorts of forbidden knowledge. And a lot of people are embracing that now, and also embracing the theology that of the pre-existence, something that was railed against by mainstream Christianity for the longest time, but is now being largely embraced. So I find that to be very interesting.
Yeah. It's like I said, there's a lot of religions out there. And one thing that I know for sure is I don't believe in religion. I believe that our body is our religion. I believe that we need to go to church for two things. If you want to study and to renew your covenant with God by taking the
Fellowship.
sacrament.
Fellowship is a good thing to have, especially if you are in a good community where, you can have genuine friendship and trust and whatnot. But, again, that comes with that caveat we discussed, putting the too much emphasis and too much faith and basing your faith off of the people you interact with rather than your relationship with God. And that's where things tend to go south. But in all honesty, I can say that I've had some pretty good people, especially in the church, like yourself, who have been really good to me. My former French president, or bishop, he a great guy. He and I are friends outside the church. He is a great guy, and I gave this guy so much shit, especially when I was going through my situation with a certain young lady. He, by expense of the church, put me through counseling, and even with all the shit that I gave him and broke down and was cussing him out and all this shit, he was still a true and loyal friend and helped me through. He is between you, Thomas, and that person, he is you two are the two primest examples of Christ-like love and what it means to be Christ-like that I've truthfully, honestly ever experienced.
Man, you kind of remind me of Peter and Matthew when they were fighting. You know what I mean? And Peter had a hard time forgiving Matthew because he was working with the Romans doing their taxes, right? So Jesus pretty much told him that you need to let go of this and you need to forgive him 77 times 7 forever. You always should forgive.
Yeah.
And then what do? He forgave them, and they're blessed. And you just remind me of that. You know what I mean? It's just like you can't hold on to that anger. You can't hold on to all that hate because that is not of God. That is of the devil. And
and hate and anger is very hard to let go. There's
so
a lot of people
hard.
who have wronged me and hurt me so bad,
You know,
and it is
I'm not
so
perfect.
hard
I'm
not to be angry about it.
I'm not saying I don't get angry anymore. There's times where I get a little frustrated, but like not nearly as bad as I was, man. Like it'll take a lot to get me mad anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and even if you do get that mad, you don't get stupid about it.
No. Nope. Like if we have a debate like with Core, remember Core? We're talking about Core. I would love to talk to him again. I bet you we'll just fix it right now. You know what I mean? I'd apologize. We can have debate. Even though if we don't agree, you will see a huge change. I mean,
I'm not gonna lie, that whole thing between you and Cole was freaking hilarious. I'm just sitting there on my bed watching this whole thing. I'm like, dude, this is fucking great. Like, give me a beer and some popcorn. This is great. This is getting good.
Like this.
Somebody's gonna call through the screen and kill the other. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, it was a little ridiculous.
I was shocked though because like,
Hi.
they're going to have like,
Hi.
I'm
what the hell? Dude, you're just fucking laughing. I'm sitting here going, okay.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
There's a lot of people that I hated back then. Chris, do you remember Jesse Salazar? They called him Bear. He's a fat kid.
Yeah, I remember Bear.
I forgave him.
Yeah,
we actually last time I talked was a couple of years ago, but we've been talking for a little while.
Who are you guys?
Who are these guys? These are your uncles.
Well, I don't know their names.
Are you serious? Oh, we're gonna have to fix that.
Yeah.
What you guys do?
Okay, this is Raven right here.
That's Raven.
And that's Uncle Chris right there.
In the middle is Raven, and I'm Chris.
My name is Harry.
Harley. Yeah.
Harley. I thought it was Harry because you had so much hair in your head.
She's got a bigger beard than me. I'm just kidding.
No.
Are you done yet? Do you mind? I'm a little busy right now. All right, go. Stop it. All right, now listen.
What?
You see this Knuckles?
No, I will fight
No.
you to death.
Go lay down. Hey, it's way past. We're gonna watch that movie, right?
Yeah.
Give me 1 more hour or so, and then I'll be off, and then we can watch the movie together.
Okay.
If you don't want to be up here, you can go down to your mom.
Mom won't want me down there.
Well, then go lay down. If I had another phone, I'd give it to you. I'm sorry about that, guys.
You're fine. Being a parent comes first.
Right.
My son called me yesterday. He goes, "Have you seen my niece's belly?" I said, "No." Why? It's on Facebook. This will be my niece's second kid, and she'll be what, 21 in June. Be her second kid.
Yeah, my niece is barely 18, and apparently she's pregnant with twins.
My gosh, man, I would do anything to meet your nieces right now. I would give anything.
Yeah, Ivy is all grown up. Ethan is 16.
Oh man, you know what broke my heart was I actually was talking to Tony for a little bit about a year or so ago, and we were doing good, and then she blocked me. I think that had something to do with her mom. But here's the thing about that. Like I said, I'm a different person. I took what Rob said the other day to heart, so I did a little prayer about some forgiveness, about some thoughts and stuff, and
yeah,
I'm glad she's doing good. I'm so glad she's doing good. I'm glad that she's found the love of her life, and glad she's taking care of those kids. And I wish that maybe we could squash this too. Maybe get her on here. Maybe talk to her.
Well, I mean, even if she doesn't come on here, I mean, you know, you guys could.
But yeah, if she's
privately, there's always opportunities.
If she is listening to this, I am sorry for everything I've done. I'm not who I used to be, and maybe we can work something out where we can talk to each other's kids. It's not their fault that we're, and maybe we can.
The children are not to blame for what happened between the parents.
Because I know my older two miss Tony very much.
Yeah, that's something. Yeah, that was something that I noticed happened a lot when I was growing up. Like if my mom had a problem, like I'd play with the neighborhood kids, and if my mom wound up having a problem with their parents, like I couldn't associate with them anymore, or even play with them at school. And it's nothing that the kid did wrong. It was, the beef between the parents, between my mom and that kid's parents. And it happened far too frequently. And I'm like, looking back on it as an adult, you go, why would I want to be an enemy with this person? Like they didn't do anything wrong. They were kids.
No sense of having any enemies, man.
No.
Just let it go. It's so much. You feel so much freer just letting go.
And that is something I do struggle with, is letting go of past pains. There are people who have hurt me.
Everybody does.
Like I was able to forgive the young lady that we frequently discuss, even though we never mentioned her name. I have long since come to be able to forgive her, especially considering she's been effectively stalking my Facebook for the past 3 months, and apparently has now gotten clean and is now born again Christian. So that did make things easier for me to forgive her. But I have come to forgive her. But like when it comes to other people, like another woman that I was involved with, the one that got my stuff from California and was supposed to send it out to me, and then did me dirty with all that because of the whole thing with a Sphinx cat. That really hurt me. That's very hard for me to let go. That's still a very sore spot. My mother, a lot of sore spots with there. Like I have nightmares where I get into it with her. But there is still a lot of hurt and a lot of anger, dare I say, unforgiveness in regards to those two people in particular.
That's the hardest thing. I not anymore. But that was one of the hardest things that I had to do, was forgive. I mean, and I said, I always ask God all the time, why are you asking me to forgive this person if this person did something so bad? I don't want to talk about those certain things, you know what I mean? But
yeah. I mean, we're not going to go into details.
I finally did. I finally forgave a lot of people for doing my family harm. And I confronted them about it. And they asked me why, and they're very curious. This is why I believe in forgiveness. This person, which to say, did something really bad to my family, and it's not bad, like bad, but like it's pretty bad. And I didn't want to see him anymore. And when I, one second, baby, I called this person up and I said, I forgive you. And he cried on the phone. Then I started crying. And he asked me why. Give me one reason why you forgive me for that. And I said, so I can take it off of me.
Yeah, so that you don't have to carry that burden anymore.
It's heavy.
It is. It really is.
As soon as I did it and said that I loved him, and we got off the phone, there was so much stress. It was all so much of me. I fell asleep. Like it was so stressful, and it was gone.
I had to do that to my son's mom. You know, I was asleep one night. I was talking to my younger self.
I'll let you guys know a little. It is something to do with my first two kids' parent. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
And
we don't need to know details. We don't need to know names. That's why I don't mention the names of any of my exes.
Yeah, I don't do that. You'll notice that one. I mean kids, but that's fine. You know what I mean? Even half names. I don't even give full names. Not really. Now these are my kids. I have no shame with telling you about my kids. You know what I mean?
The fish.
But yeah, man, it was kind of my younger self. I had a lot of anger, a lot of hate, you know, all shit, you know.
Yeah, and it's hard to let it go.
I needed to like really just say, hey, look, what happened. Move on, let her go. Forgive her. Why? Because if you don't forgive her, you won't forgive yourself.
Right. That's another one.
It takes two people to ruin a relationship, or one. But yeah,
it takes two people to ruin a relationship. So if the relationship fails, blame your wife and her mother.
I'm gonna say this on live. Wasn't the perfect person for certain people. You know what I mean? And a lot of blame on them for it. But like I said, I take responsibility for my own problems now. I wasn't a perfect person or husband to certain people, and I'm very sorry. I'm a very loving person now. I just don't want my past. I always cut it off. You know what I mean? I learned from it, so I don't really look back. I look forward. You get stuck in the past, you stay there. You don't ever move on or progress or anything. So
yeah, how can you grow if you're constantly looking behind you? And how can you move forward if you're looking behind you? You're going to crash and burn. You're going to crash into something, and it's going to be bad.
Yeah, that was the hardest thing, forgiving myself. That oh man, it took years.
Yeah,
I finally did it, man. I'm on this weight losing journey, and I'm doing great, and I'm eating right, and
yeah, that's a big problem for me too. Like I forgave that certain young lady, but like I have a hard time like really forgiving myself. Like I'm very angry with myself. I allowed myself to be that. I allowed myself to lose myself and become, and it subsequently fall into the embrace of negative aspects of human character, and to allow myself to be a simp and this beta bitch, and allow myself to be treated so poorly.
So
more than anything, I was mad at myself more than I would be at that person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, I agree with you 110%. There's two different kinds of friends that you can get in your life, right? There's the friends that will have your back, and there's friends that tell you to shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
I'm the friend that'll tell you to shut the fuck up. I will let you fall because I know that's what you need to do.
Yep.
And here's the thing. It's like having my kids. My job as a father is to raise these children with knowledge, love, understanding, and wisdom. And then eventually I have to let them go. That's the hardest part. You have to let your kids fall. And then when they come home, they learn to progress and become better.
Yeah.
And then they try it again.
And that's what really separates the men from the boys, for a lack of a better term.
That's why men are so important in relationships. And a lot of men are not in there with their kids anymore.
Yeah, and because they want the men out of the house because of shit like this. They don't want that in the household. They want to break down the nuclear family to avoid this kind of thinking. And we as a species have really lost our way. Like, we're sitting there talking about forgiveness and not holding on to anger and seeing the best in others and within ourselves. But then you have people like the globalists and these people that we talk about on the podcast, you know, the global elites, as they like to call themselves. They have so much disdain for humanity. I mean, you look at Bill Gates talking about reducing the human population and these Agenda 2030, Agenda 2040. You will own nothing and you will be happy. Worldwide population reduction by like 90% by like 2040, 2050. It's like they say you're the carbon footprint that they want to get rid of. But yet give all these resources and whatnot. Oh, you can't have heat for your house. You can't have water to take a shower, but AI can have all it wants. It's not about the carbon footprint. It's about they want to eliminate the human species because they have such a disdain for the human species as a whole, including themselves. They hate themselves. They hate their fellow man. They just want to wipe it all out of existence because they, unlike yourself, Thomas, who is a prime example of following Christ and being a beacon of light and of love, they are consumed by their own darkness and just enveloped with hate for everything, including themselves.
I think a lot of my anger was not for a lot of people, but I think majority was that I hated myself, and that's where it started. And
don't get me confused when I say that, you know, I was angry for myself and I had a hard time forgiving myself.
Oh, I know.
I don't think that is me hating myself. I want to make that clear to the audience that I don't hate myself. I actually have found my worth and my value as a man and have a lot more respect for myself. I won't say pride because pride is not a good word to use. But like I see my worth as a human being and my value, and I acknowledge that and I embrace it. But like in saying that I am angry or disappointed in myself or the things I had done, I embrace that as well because it serves as a reminder of what I was and what I never want to be again. It's a driving force. It's a motivating factor.
Yeah, I understand that completely, man. I do.
To be better and to do better. And we got to really push back against these globalists, and we talk about it all the time.
And the hardest part, we got to do it with love, man. We have to. Like, a lot of people don't agree with this, but man, like, we do have a right to defend ourselves. That's the difference. I don't mind defending, but like when it comes to this, when you try to stand up to people that go towards Christ, you can't do it with anger. You got to do it with love, man. You have to talk to the people. Go, look, I love you guys. You need to stop. And then if you get hate, you still show love and you still walk forward, and eventually it's gonna hit.
Yeah.
But if we don't say nothing, then nothing.
And even if it doesn't hit with them,
at least you did your job.
You did your part, because that's one thing that I think about all the time, and why I do what I do. You know, the whole Ezekiel 33:6. Because, you know, what's God going to say? It's like, you had all this knowledge. You knew the enemy. You saw the enemy coming, and you didn't warn your fellow man. You didn't warn the people you love. You didn't take you didn't take a stand and at the very least Paul Revere and go, the British are coming, the Redcoats are coming, the enemy is approaching. You didn't say anything. Like I don't want to have to look into God's face and explain to him when he would ask me, why didn't you speak up when you saw the enemy coming? Why didn't you warn others?
You just remind me of something, woman. Can I tell you something? Imagine you die, right? And Jesus is on
eventually.
God's on the throne and Jesus is next to him, right? So you got the devil yelling at you like, he did this, he did that, he did this, he did that. And God's gonna go, how do you plead? God knows everything about you.
Yeah.
Every hair on your head. So he goes, obviously you can't lie to him, so you're guilty.
Yeah.
And then he looks at his son and goes, does the blood cover that? Think about that.
Yep.
He bled 40 days and nights. You know how torturing that is?
Yeah,
40 days.
Yeah, he fasted for 40 days and 40 nights, and he bled in the Garden of Gethsemane. His blood reached the boiling point to where it came out of his pores. Like he was bleeding from his pores. And the only way that happens is when the blood boils to such a degree that it's almost like water and just flows right out of your pores.
Right.
That's enough to cook the human brain.
Right. So you're going to swipe your hand.
The average human being could not survive that.
No. Heck no, man. I gave it less than an hour or so. Like, no. My thing is like, he did that. Mm-hmm. Did he have to do that? Man, did you know that Jesus was getting nailed? There was 70 legions of angels waiting for the word.
Yep, it's like, just give the word and we're going down.
There were thousands and thousands of angels ready to come down and put hell on earth.
Yep, and then Christ said, forgive them, Father, for
they that know what they do.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for that, if it wasn't for the blood, if it wasn't for the crucifixion, not killed, crucified.
Yep, nobody took his life. He gave it up willingly.
Nobody
takes his life. He gives it up willingly.
That even come close to being with God. No one hears without sin. Which brings me to another point. Riches. Okay. Money.
Bitches?
No. That too. Bitches, right?
Bitches.
So think about it.
Bitch.
Money, wealth. People are fighting so hard to be on top of something. The more money you make and all this, none of that shit matters to me. I don't play the lottery. Not only because God didn't tell me to, it's because money is the root of all evil, man.
I play simply because I want a better life. I don't want riches. I want security. I want financial security.
That's different, man. There's nothing wrong with having a house, one car, have some land. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm not saying that you shouldn't work hard for money.
It's not about the pursuit of wealth for me.
It's about what you're doing.
Pursuit of security and resources to fight this battle.
It's just like the Bible, man. What are you willing to? You have to put in the work. To prove God that we love him, we have to put in the work. You want something, you work hard for it.
Yep.
And you can't just give it to you, man.
And let me tell you, I put in the work. I don't know if you know this. Revan knows this. I've only slept maybe about 4 hours today. I got up yesterday around 11 o'clock in the morning, did everything, went to work, came home. I was up all night working on the revamped intros with the updated Showtime information, working on the commercial, talking to the guy that's created the new banner. So when you see me looking down on my phone, that's who I was talking to. I was messaging with that person back and forth in regards to the new banner. I've been at this all day. I've only maybe slept 4 hours. I went to bed at like 1 o'clock. I got up at like 5:30. Okay? I have been working nonstop because I'm not getting paid for this, but because it's the right thing to do. I want to be able to make sure I bring about the best production that I can, because people see first, but then they resonate after. So first impressions are very important. So we want to make sure that, what they see catches their attention and that they have the adequate information. Okay, this is when they're going to be live. These are the times they're going to be live. And then we talk about the messages. We talk about the current events and the issues and the meat and potatoes and everything else that falls in between the couch cushions. Okay, and then that resonates with them. But it all starts with that first initial impression. So I slept only 5 hours today so that I can make sure that these broadcasts are top tier and we can reach the most amount of people, because we are living in what seems to be the end times. Even if we're not in the end times, these people are definitely pushing what seems to be an end times agenda, and we have to rail against it. So Thomas, Reverend, based on what we see, let's talk about some of the things we see happening that these politicians and these world leaders are doing that would lend credence to this notion that we are quite possibly living in the end times, or that they're at the very least trying to bring about the end times.
They're proving facts of aliens now. They're bringing that shit out. They're trying to, I think they're trying to make us more focused on that than what is actually coming.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, if there's life on this planet, who's to say there's not life on another planet? You know what I mean? So, I mean,
they rolled their windows when they drive by Earth.
The way I see it, it's more of a distraction, covering a distraction, no more, no less, my friend, And like I said before, past few our temples, it's all distraction to cover a distraction. Mm-hmm. From what? Like, for example, here you have a war with Israel and Hamas, then a war with Israel, Ukraine and Russia.
Yeah,
very much about Russia and Ukraine. It's been what, months, and then they hear about Greenland. Trump wants Greenland. Why? You don't need it. It ain't no strategic point there. China don't want it. Russia don't want it.
Yeah.
Then hear about Cuba, like, why not to Cuba? There's been an embargo on that country since '59. People have been driving the same car since their grandparents were alive. Shit.
Yeah.
What about those Christians that got killed out there? Where was it?
A lot of Christians have been getting killed because of this conflict, because of Israel.
They put them on their knees. And the sad part is, here's the weird part. Put a lot of Christians on their knees and execute them now. And not one of them denied God. Not one of them denied their faith.
Yeah.
They stood clear of what they fully believe. Yeah. And they accepted death. And that doesn't tell you a sign. That doesn't tell you anything.
Yeah.
Here are the people committing the murders, and you're calling them the true religion? No.
Yeah.
They're literally killing us. They shot Charlie Kirk, man, for an opinion.
Yeah.
They shot him. And he was one of the greatest Republicans that I've ever, he was just wanted America to be like it was.
Yeah.
And
he held to those values, and a lot of people will call him a racist and take his stuff out of context. Now, but if people would actually sit down and look at both sides of the coin, it's like, okay, you heard this thing, you've seen the tidbits, you've seen the excerpts that people who are biased show you. Now look at the other side of the coin. Watch the full fucking speech. That's why I don't take what anybody says, when people were talking about Trump. I'll sit there and I'll watch what Trump says. And I'll critique it based on, balls and strikes. If he does or says something good, I'll acknowledge it. If he does or says something bad, I'll acknowledge it. Like Kennedy recently. Again, going back to Aaron, he and I were talking the other day, and he pointed out that Kennedy was denying that HIV is a contributor to AIDS. And I didn't refute that point. I didn't get angry because, one, I look at both sides of the coin, and two, I had already looked at both sides of the coin, and Kennedy did say it. So, I mean, there's no getting mad about it. So many people get caught up in this paradigm, this left-right paradigm, and they feel like they have to defend it because it becomes a part of their identity. Now, it's kind of that cult mentality, and both sides are guilty of it, Republicans and Democrats. We get caught up in this divide and
That's why I
conquer
don't
narrative.
accept it. I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. I guess an independent. I'm a servant. That's what I am.
Yeah, like you may have like conservative leanings, but you're an independent with conservative leanings, perhaps. But
if I had to pick one, like I'd be more on the Republican side.
Same. But, you try to remain independent. You try to look at it from an unbiased point of view and call balls and strikes. You call it as it is. And Trump's been fucking up quite a bit. Kennedy has got a brain worm, which is probably a major contributing factor to why he said what he said regarding AIDS. And again, I will get into more of that tomorrow on Tin Man TV when we dive into the science of things and investigative science.
So it's kind of like the car. If you think of it now, forgive me for this, but like, all right, you make a car, right? Yes, this is a car. This is its purpose. Car still having a creator, though.
No.
May not have the man that built it, but there is a creator who designed it for us in a vision to build this. Exactly what's going on here. Like,
it's got to start here before it gets to here.
People don't understand how much power we really have. And it's only through Jesus Christ we have it.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know their human potential. A lot of people don't know that we are a transceiver, a liquid crystal transceiver. In fact, I want to go ahead and jump to that. Like, people do not understand their potential, and I'm going to just touch on that briefly. I'm going to go ahead and play that. I think this is the right file. I believe it's the right file. Here we go.
CIA declassified documents last week. Operation Artichoke to poison vaccines, food supply, and the water to dumb us down and make us controllable. Now new documents about ESP control, how we're really electrochemical systems, liquid crystals, and the pineal gland, and how most people have microscopic to actual large worm infestations, not just from cats, you name it, like Kennedy has one in his brain, and they didn't tell the public most cancer, breast cancer, brain cancer is worms. Now, this is all over the place. Joe Rogan talks about it, I have for years. But here it is. Scientists and doctors figuring out now, the CIA knew in 1962 that dewormers could reverse most cancers and didn't tell the public. That's mass murder. Here it is.
My parasite medications work against cancer cells. And it turns out that the parasites use mitochondrial substrate level phosphorylation in the tissue. And these embendazole, fenbendazole kill these parasites. So I tried it on the cancer cell, and sure as hell, it targets the mitochondrial substrate and glycolysis. So we have a mechanism now why parasite medications are working. But cancer is not a parasite. All these people say, oh, cancer is a parasite. It's not a parasite. Parasites and tumors use a common metabolic pathway, and a drug that works against parasites can be very effective against cancer. And that's what we begin to see, especially under nutritional ketosis.
So to be clear, the anti-parasite drugs cut off the same mechanism in cancer, but we now know and have known that a lot of cancers from parasites, it's double good. And I don't sell that, but you can buy it online. And my medical doctor told me years ago, take this once a year as a regimen. I do. That's important information you might want to write down, folks, okay? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you can look it up. Go to the UN's own website. They admit it. Over 2 billion people have cognitive disabilities because they do not have enough iodine. In the 20s, they found this. How they put in the salt, IQs went up about 20 points on average, 15, 20 points. Well, we have the very best atomic iodine in the world. Has been available in several years, ladies and gentlemen. But we have the original X2 back, but even stronger. Pure atomic. Atomic isn't radioactive. It means it's on the periodic table.
Yeah. So Operation Artichoke, they deliberately poison the foods and the vaccines and the water to dumb us down and keep us sick, not only to profit off of us and, kill us slowly and profit off us every step of the way, but also to dumb us down in regards to our true human potential. Like we were talking about earlier with Tai Chi and Ri Chi. Okay, there are so many things that we don't understand that the human being is actually capable of. Human beings have been convinced that they're this weak, pathetic, inferior species that are so innately incapable of achieving greatness. But yet, that's by design. The human creature as a whole is actually capable of amazing things. Why do you think the apostles were able to perform the same miracles as Jesus Christ?
You can have it.
Okay.
Go on to bed.
Because we share that same network.
That's like
Our bodies are that same network type of system.
I heard about these parasites, man. So I've actually was watching a video of that this morning. They say before you eat anything, you should freeze it. And when you freeze it and then defrost it, it kills every living thing that, the worm, whatever.
Yeah, that's why you also, before you cook and eat chicken, you wash it and then microwave it and wash it again.
You have to microwave it, wash it, it. They say freeze it overnight and then use it. Yeah.
And that's why you shouldn't use a wooden cutting board when using chicken, because you should use a metal or a plastic cutting board, not a wooden cutting board, because
they have that shit in water too, man.
The parasites will seep into the wood and contaminate future food that you put on that cutting board, and you will eventually get sick from it and could even die.
Yeah, when you eat an apple, make sure you scrape it first because there's a lot of plastic that's on it.
Yeah. The plastic film that Gates has been putting on that shit. Fucking Gates is a fucking lunatic.
Yeah, it's bad, man.
Putting all that plastic film on the food, blocking out the sun, the mosquitoes, and now he's got fucking ticks that if they bite you, it gives you alpha-gal syndrome, and then you can no longer eat meat or you die. You get a meat allergy. You're no longer going to be able to eat red meat because you have an allergy to it, and you could eat to the point that you could even fucking die. This is situational design.
Yep.
This isn't a fluke of fucking nature.
They can make a profit off of us for a cure. It's all about money.
I mean, you look at Bill Gates. Back in the day.
Yeah. You can have
them. Hey, let's infect the computers with viruses and then sell them the antivirus software. And then he figures out years later, hey, let's do the same thing to human beings. He's a fucking psychopath.
Yeah, it's not just, I know this is not right either way. Don't get me wrong, but the fact that it's happened to our children, that upsets me. Like our kids are eating that shit. You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, look at all of us. We're diabetics. Everything we eat, even more so now, is like putting a fucking gun in your mouth.
Yeah, I gotta take a pill every day, check my blood. I gotta.
Yeah.
It's bad, man.
Yeah, and because I spent so much downtime today, wasn't as active as I was, where I would sleep at night and be active during the day. My blood sugar today, when I last tested before the show, was 190. So that, like, Robin knows I went out and bought a sugar-free Monster today. I haven't even drank that sumbitch yet because my blood sugar was 190 and I'm not fucking with it.
You know, do
sugar-free.
Yeah. I mean, like, I got these sugar-free sodas. I got sugar-free root beer. You know, get me some sugar-free ice cream. I have a sugar-free root beer float.
There's something on the mirror. I don't like it all.
All right. Go let down.
You
please.
tell him, kid.
She's a boss.
See that?
She's in charge.
I can see that. Yep. But it's really disappointing that we see this shit.
You let Rob know we're still on.
Yeah, I did let him know that we were still on. If he wants to rejoin, he can.
Yeah.
He sent a message in the round table. Let me see what he says here.
I got some nice popsicle that. If you still hungry, I have some popsicle with you.
So we're still on. Come join. So we might have Robbie the Haunted back on here in a moment. Like, yeah. They're doing all this evil shit to us. I mean, it's not just, you know, poisoning the food and whatnot. I mean, you look at Bohemian Grove. Are you familiar with Bohemian Grove, Thomas?
What?
Are you familiar with Bohemian Grove?
No.
Okay. So, hey, Haunted, welcome back.
Thank you.
Bohemian Grove is
Oh, geez.
is a private club that is hosted up in a compound up in the Redwood areas outside of San Francisco in
Is that the whole
Sonoma County.
Illuminati thing?
Huh?
Is that the whole Illuminati thing?
They get together every year, make policy decisions. It's a subset of the Bilderberg Group. And what happens is they go there every summer for what is known as the Summer Fire Festival. And they engage in a mock human sacrifice to the owl god Moloch, which is the owl variant of the bull god Baal from the Old Testament, where they would throw their children into fiery, burning pits to sacrifice to the bull god. This version is an owl, and they have it up in Bohemian Grove.
Yeah, I heard about it. Now that he explained it, yeah.
They go up there every year for the Summer Fire Festival, and they engage in this ritual called the cremation of care.
I believe there's a lot of famous people that do it, and they sacrifice their kids and their moms and dads, and someone dies.
It's supposed to be a mock human sacrifice of a child in effigy, which is supposed to be like a puppet that they burn. But many occult experts who have seen the footage, because Alex Jones in 2002, snuck in to the Bohemian Grove and caught the ritual on film. In fact, maybe next week we can review that, the cremation of care ritual itself, not the whole documentary. But Thomas, I would suggest watching the documentary by Alex Jones called "Dark Secrets Inside Bohemian Grove."
Okay, I will.
It's a very intense film, and he shows his entire journey of how he got in and what he covered there, and the aftermath of what investigative reporting and what they saw and what it means and what it actually was and all that. These people engage in human sacrifice, and you find out with the Epstein files. I don't know if you know too much about this, but Rebin can attest to this. With all the Epstein files that are coming out, it's now confirmed that they were engaging in bloodletting, drinking the blood of infants and children, and engaging in human experimentation, in particular pertaining to reproduction and trying to create a master race with Epstein's DNA. That took place at Zorro Ranch in New Mexico. I mean, these people just aren't, let's poison your food or engage in MK Ultra and brainwash you through your TV. No, this is straight up some satanic shit.
That Chris, that there's a guy that I follow. He runs a channel called Paranormal Files as well as Conspiracy Files, and he went to the Zorro Ranch and got chased off.
Yeah, the local PD ran him off.
Who's that?
And you'd think that the local PD in particular would, be part of the community, would want that to come out, then want people to know the truth and put a stop to it.
You come back up here.
Uh,
Sorry about that.
Hunter, you have a thought? You have a thought, Haunted?
And this guy's out.
Ah. Fuck them with the big dick.
No, were you asking me a question?
Yeah, if you had any thoughts or any input.
Well, I mean, the things about the that you hear about the Bohemian Grove is just disgusting. Period. As you said, bloodletting, human sacrifice, freaking, homosexuality is a big one. Because when you go there, it's all men. There's no women there.
Yeah.
And everything. And I actually remember watching a video quite a few years back of a dude that approached a politician. And he was one of Alex Jones' men and everything. And he approached the politician and asked him about Bohemian Grove. Dude started sweating bullets and could not get out of there fast enough.
Yeah, I believe that was Jones who confronted him. He was like, "Weaving spiders come not here."
Right.
Yeah. Oh, let's go ahead and pull up some of the imagery of that, like of this shit. Like, it's fucking disgusting, dude. Like, here is some of the imagery from Bohemian Grove. Like, this is these two images here was taken from Jones's documentary, Bohemian Grove.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was from his footage along with this image.
Don't mind me. I'm fixing the phone while we're having this conversation.
Say again?
So don't mind me. I'm fixing a phone while we're having this conversation.
That's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine, bro. But yeah.
Yeah, I remember all that. I remember watching that on YouTube.
Yeah, it's fucking disgusting. I mean, if you think you got things like Burning Man that are very reminiscent to that. Oh, they put they used to put human beings inside the Burning Man. That's why they call it the Burning Man, because it's not just a giant figure of a Burning Man made out of wood, but it's actual. They used to actually put people in it.
Yeah, they would actually put them inside the cavity, and usually there's one up in the head.
Yeah, just like you had the metal bull or metal elephant that they would put people in there, and then they put a fire underneath it and then heat it up to the point that it cooks the person inside.
Right.
It's basically like an oversized oven.
Yep.
And like Jones and shit, they talk a lot, and a lot of people poke fun of them for being quote conspiracy theories, and then you see shit like this.
We need to go now. The deep state is scraping our signals. They're eating the babies. No time to explain.
Okay, Dad.
I mean, you see fun stuff like that. They're speaking the fucking truth. I mean,
Exactly.
remember gay frogs? Thomas, you were on the podcast with the gay frogs thing, were you not?
Go. Lay down, please, baby girl. Sorry, say that again.
You used to be on the podcast back in the days when the whole thing's with gay frogs, right?
Yep.
Have you ever heard the song?
No.
Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. It's fucking hilarious. Here we go. Found it. Right off the bat.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I'm probably going to get a commercial first. Oh, no, we got lucky. All right. So, yeah. Let's have a listen to the gay frogs thing. Go back to that.
Chemicals in water that turn the friggin' frog gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frog gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you.
Good, right?
That never gets old. But, you know, it turns out to be true. You know, the aspartame and everything that they're putting in the water caused not only the frogs to exhibit homosexual behavior, but also to change sex. More so than just a single-sex environment, than changing their sex in a single-sex environment. You know, that's where they got the idea in Jurassic Park, how the dinosaurs were changing sex because they had the DNA from frogs. Huh?
I'll be right back. I'm going to go give this back to my grandmother.
Okay, no problem. Yep. And I think Thomas is gone. I think Thomas went bye-bye. But yeah, we now know that all this stuff is in the water that did this to the frogs and caused them to exhibit this behavior and also to change genders. Now you figure if that's doing that to frogs, what's it doing to the human body? What's that doing to us?
It may change the genetic code. Fuck with the genetic code, the DNA code and shit, man.
Yeah, well, you figure what they're doing to us. You know, they're
Alter
suppressing
cells.
the pineal gland. They're keeping us sick. They're suppressing the ability to even have cognitive reason. You know, they want you basically dumb you down and make you complacent.
Yeah.
And, you know, limit the potential of the human creature and keep us ignorant to what human beings are truly capable of. You know, everybody talks about, you know, the next evolutionary leap, you know, things like Matilda, being able to do things like that. But what people don't realize is that many people already have the ability to do that. They have the ability to sit there and do things like maybe like what you saw Matilda doing in the movie or anything like that. But we're dumbed down with the chemicals that they put in our body, and not just that, but, you know, the HIV spike proteins from the COVID vaccines, the nanotech that is now flowing through our bodies because of everything that we take in, the food, the water, the vaccines, all of that. It's our bodies are being suppressed and modified, and it's disgusting.
No, I get that, but what I'm saying is they probably sold too many.
And again, you know, people poke fun at Alex Jones and whatnot, you know, making videos like the gay frog thing for him pointing this out and being pissed off. But you look at what it's doing to us, and it all turns out to be true. And, you know, people poke fun at it, but then even they poke fun at themselves, but then it turns out to be true. I mean, you look at this, Alex Jones and his crew made a commercial out of this, but it's based in 100% fact.
Your arm been hacked off by a homeless person with a samurai sword? Try Shilajit gummies today.
A guy in Venice Beach just got his arm nearly hacked off by some tweaker with a samurai sword. And as of 4:15, he is still on the loose. And seemingly, the reaction from our local government is basically like, oh, like, these things just happen. Like, this is our new normal. That, dude. I want to live in an LA that is safe to go out, where I don't have to worry about walking around and getting my arm hacked off by some tweaker looking for drugs.
Sorry, I ate a Shilajit gummy. Sorry, I thought I could finish it before that clip was over. You caught me. Shilajit gummies, folks. We're not joking. They're very good. Shilajit gummies. Are you a leftist idiot that thinks it's normal that men get their arms chopped off with swords when trying to go to the beach in California? Shilajit gummies are for you.
Yeah. I mean, they poke fun of it, but this is the reality that we live in.
I still got mine.
And I'm not gonna lie, you know, I do take the Shilajit gummies. They are really good, and also I also take the methylene blue. You know, I poke fun at Alex, you know, for his methylene blue. I got meth monster blue, but I'm not gonna lie, I take the shit because it helps. Things like this help the body and help counteract the things that they're putting in our bodies with Operation Artichoke. And I do think that, you know, being in the end days, we've talked about this before, I do personally believe that they are trying to create a hybrid between man and machine. And, you know, they want us hooked into the system. And then the mark of the beast is your quote unquote software update. It's like, okay, you have to agree to the new terms of service in order to continue to use the service. And if you don't, well, the system just shuts off and you fall over dead. That's my theory.
It's funny. Like, I have actually been trying to find this article again and everything. I read an article a few weeks back that was talking, because you were talking about nanotechnology just a little bit ago. They were talking about nanotechnology that doctors would literally inject into your body and everything. And what it would do is all of the bad tissue, all of the bad cells, everything that makes you ill and stuff like that would eat it away, and you would basically shit it out and everything. Yeah. But one of the things that they're noticing and everything, and I don't know how real this is. I mean, this can be complete satire for all I know. But, you know, they're sitting there saying that people were coming out with like unbelievable muscle tone and everything, and stronger, faster,
muscular amplification.
Like, yeah,
like a steroid or
no? It's nanobots, dude. Microscopic.
Yeah, it's the same shit you and I used to joke about back in 2002, 2003. Microchip implants, nanotechnology, basically kind of a Project Lazarus kind of thing, as you and I kind of coined the phrase. Cellular regeneration, cellular muscular amplification, increased strength, stamina, cognitive function. Elon Musk, you know, has the Neuralink, you know, that can help things like improving eyesight or repairing a spinal injury that could have resulted in paralysis or being
I read
partially paralyzed.
Doctors are going to use stuff like that, like they put something in their body and they can actually find the problem faster. Stuff like that.
Well, like methylene blue in particular, that's a dye that one of the functions that they use is they inject it, and it helps them to it circulates through your bloodstream and helps the doctors pinpoint things. It's kind of like the, I'm not sure if it's the same thing. I think it's something different, but like they inject you with that glowing shit, and it seeps throughout it circulates through your bloodstream, and they're able to locate this, that, and the other.
Yeah. They had that for a while, though.
Yeah. Yeah, they had that. And they had, medical grade stuff like this, because that's what this is medical grade. And, but they're leaning more towards the technological aspect of things versus natural medications, because you figure, prior to, what was it, 1911, all your medical journals and all your medical books were primarily based on herbal remedies. But, as Rockefeller took over with his oil tycoon industry, they started using the oil-based waste and turning that into pharmaceuticals and making that the standard. And now they don't even teach that anymore. They suppressed all of that. They stopped teaching in schools. They've removed all those books. Everything is now oil-based pharmaceuticals. Like if you take medication, they're oil-based, just like these plastics are oil-based. Everything is oil-based and coming from essentially tracing back to Rockefeller and his oil tycoon days. And not a lot of people know that, but that's you have these issues where they're not designed to cure you. They're designed to treat one symptom, but not tell you that it handles one symptom, but gives you numerous other side effects. And that's where the joke comes from. And now they're shifting from the oil-based medications over to technology, nanotechnology, implantable microchips. It's the slow integration into the Borg, essentially becoming a part of merging human biology with technology. And then once you're fully integrated, even to the point of your children integrated into this system at birth, probably even before birth, during the cycle of conception and development in the womb, that nanotechnology that's in the mother could be used to rewrite and essentially turn the fetus into a cyborg before it's even born. And then they come out, and then all of a sudden, here's this Mark of the Beast software update. You agree to these terms, or are you and your children, or the system shuts off for you and your children, and you're all dead. They don't need to shoot you in the head. They don't need to put your head in the guillotine and lop your head off. No, they just plug you into the fucking matrix and create that system of dependency, and then go, okay, do this or you're dead, or we pull the plug. Creating that false sense of security.
They're creating that fear porn.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're doing. It's just fear porn, dude. That's all it is, man.
Yeah.
Do I think it'll happen?
It's a possibility. I mean, they've been doing it. I mean, we already talked about how they have the nanotechnology is already in us. Elon Musk has developed the Neuralink. You can see the specs for that online. And they're fully talking about integrating with AI and merging consciousness with AI. So it's not without reason. Now, Robbie, I gave point to Bird earlier. Why don't you take point and kind of give us your biblical perspective and end days synopsis, and based on what you know and what you understand. I'm going to give you a point for a moment, like I did Bird earlier, and you just go ahead and take the floor, bro.
Are you talking
And
about
how you
like
think all
what we
this is
talked
gonna
about last week?
say again?
You talking about like what we were talking about last week?
Kind of, yeah, and what we touched on here off and on. Berg was talking earlier, his research and his understanding, end day prophecy and correlation to what's going on. Why don't you go ahead and share your thoughts and opinions, and just kind of take it wherever you feel prompted to. I'll pretty much just
Well,
give you the floor for a moment, and you just take the ball and run with it.
when it comes
And
to end day prophecies
and I will be
things
right
like
back. I
that
gotta take my
nature,
medication.
a lot of people are continuing to talk about, the end is coming, the end is coming, the end is coming, the end is coming, and everything. And that's the problem. The more people say the end is coming, the end's not going to come. Because it actually states in the Bible that, he's not going to come back and take anybody home until nobody expects it to happen.
Well,
And then on that aspect, we were talking last week, after you left, Bird, that, Revelations talks about 7 years. Okay. But it also talks about how in God's time, 1 year is 1,000 years and everything. So when it comes to end times, are we going to have 7 years of, tribulation, or are we going to have 7,000 years of tribulation? Um, One of the things that I remember, and I touched base on this last week as well. My mom, when we lived in Arkansas, she worked for a company called Apple, which was a store. It was Apple Food Mart, and she had a customer that came in. And they bought I want to say it was like $500 or $600 worth of groceries. They gave her her total, and she just swiped her wrist across the scanner, and it went straight to her bank account and pulled the money.
yeah.
So as far as the mark of the beast goes, I mean, that's the technology that's already out there. Everything they
I
just
agree with
haven't been
that.
able to get government funding for, because everybody pushes back against it. But and also we also got to stop and think. I mean, I do feel that we are closer now than we ever have been to the end times. But I still
Yeah,
think that we have a long way to go. Um,
I
I
agree with
think
that.
we'll really start to see things starting to wind into that direction probably about 2035, maybe even 2040. But
I think anywhere 20, 30, 35. You know what?
yeah, I
I
remember
agree.
you saying that.
I agree with everything you just said. Like, so yeah, a lot of people think that he literally built the world in 7 days. No, he built the world in 7,000 years. You know what I mean? So, my thing is like, I believe that we are at the end times because, like you said, 7,000 years. I mean, 7 days, whatever it is, translated in these times. I think it's already been that time. We're at the end of that time. Does that make sense? Kind of.
Right.
So like, I agree with everything you just said. I just think we're at the end of the peak of that. You know what I mean? So, for instance, the end times supposed to see like the Antichrist, right? But
Oil-based medications. Yay!
no, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Like, I always look at signs, and basically, so just to give you a summing up, I'm not going to be as long because I really want to hear your opinion because it matters to me. For instance, like, reservations, 2 says that, the devil is going to give the Antichrist the power. And the third, it says that the beast will be hit in the head, which that happened with Donald Trump's ear. I'm not saying that he's the Antichrist, but this is where I researched.
If things line up, but if things line up, things line up.
Right. So basically, and also Donald Trump's grandmother, her maiden name is actually was Elizabeth Christ, and she was born on 6/6/66. His last name is Trump. If you go through Trump, actually, Chris helped me out with this one. In the Christian dictionary, go ahead and tell him what it was.
The trumpet.
Well, here's
was
something for you to
used-
think about.
Was used to as a warning of hypocrisy.
Yeah, so and Megan, you know how he's big on Mega. Also, Omega is actually Satanist church, and it's the fifth and highest degree of Satan in the Satan church. That's what the Mega word came from. It's like stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that he is the Antichrist, but I think he's opening these doors for the Antichrist to come.
Here's something for you to think about. You know, a lot of people think of the mark of the beast as 666. Okay, when you look at every satanic symbol and everything, what's the commonality between most of them? It is something that means peace, but flipped upside down.
Right.
Okay. The upside down cross, the pentagram, all of that stuff. You know, the actual pentagram is a Wiccan symbol for not only peace but protection.
Right. Yep.
So
it's actually originally a Christian symbol too.
Yeah.
The son of the morning was supposed to apply for Satan and Christ as well.
A lot of people think Christ didn't die on a cross; he died on a spike.
Right. So here's my thought. You know, I mean, well, one, they flip the pentagram upside down just for the fact that it resembles the goat's head.
Right.
Okay. But here's a thought for you. So is the mark of the beast 666 or 6, or is it 999?
Yeah, a lot of people said that. I remember seeing that back in the day, that it was if it was a dream, like in dreams, people can tend to see things upside down or inverted.
Yeah, they said that when the devil looked at the world, he looked at it upside down. So, but the thing is, like, nobody on earth knows what the mark of the beast is. We can only go by what makes sense. You know what I mean? It doesn't really. There's so many things. Like, for instance,
you're muffled. Oh, now you're clear.
So, okay, I'm not meaning this in a bad way, but you know, a lot of people say that's how African Americans are made and marked by the beast, right? A lot of people are saying that, like I said, I mean, no disrespect. This is just what I heard. I don't believe that shit, but like, I've heard that eventually, you know, our hands will be scannable for everything. I've also heard that same thing you just told me. There's a few other analogies that I've heard. It doesn't really knows what the mark of the beast is. You know what I mean? All I know is that a lot of the verses of the scriptures said was going to happen in the days are kind of happening. Like, for instance, that the river is drying up. They said by 2030 something it should be dried up, and that's when the angels come out. And
the 4 angels.
Yep, they're going to come out and they're going to pinpoint four spots of the world, and they're going to kill a lot of us people. Like,
they will lead a 2 million man army, which China and Russia do have.
They say that. Okay, so they said also the end times. So okay, basically, what Jesus said to the apostles, one of the apostles asked him what judgment day looked like. He said that there will be 2 armies. There'll be 2 armies going to face Israel, and instead of attacking Israel, they're going to fight each other, and Israel will be fine. Now, I believe that Russia and Iraq is going to attack them, and I believe that we're getting involved. So instead of them attacking them, we're going to go fight them, and then we're going to fight each other, and Israel's going to be fine. That's my prediction. I can't prove it, but like, it's just a theory. Another thing is, I've heard that Trump might move to Israel. I don't know if that you guys ever heard about that.
He's saying that he might even run after his presidential run. He might run and try to be the next prime minister of Israel.
Right.
Right. So if he does that, then obviously he's the Antichrist. I think it's like I said, it's a theory.
Yeah.
But a lot of things that still is happening are happening. The river's drying up. We're going to war with Russia. Russia and we're not really getting along right now. I think as of right now we're okay, but not okay. But I see this happening. Because there's so many things going to happen before Judgment Day. You have to see the two wise men. They have to be murdered. And then they have to be resurrected in front of us. And there's so many things. But these are the beginning. I think we're right now about to start the beginning of the revelation of the Bible. So, go ahead, Rob. I want to hear some more theories. I love doing research. I like studying. And go ahead, man. I'm listening.
Okay, well, here's a question for you. Have you ever heard of the Book of Enoch?
Yeah.
Okay, so most people don't. That's why I ask.
Yeah.
One of the things that they talk about in the Book of Enoch is, in the times when Christ returns, we're also going to have the return of the Nephilim.
Yeah.
That not all the Nephilim were killed in the flood or wiped out by the Israelites.
Yep.
That many survived and have been underground.
And
a lot of people say that the Nephilim are the ones running things behind the scenes, in theory.
Yeah. But the scary part is the Nephilim are known as giants.
Right.
That can be as a physical sense, or as in a sense of like you were talking about the Rockefellers. They are a political giant.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact of the matter is like when it comes to them returning, if it is in the actual size reference, they're going to come back and they're going to kill people like you don't even believe. And here's the scary part about that. There's actually footage and everything. And if I can find it, I will actually link you guys in the chat. There's actually supposedly footage where American soldiers went into a cave. Okay. And they were all Marines. They went into the cave because they were looking for weapons from the Al Qaeda.
Okay.
What they found was human remains everywhere. Okay.
They found four, right?
And while they were in there, they noticed a figure of immense size with red hair, which is
in that video
synonymous with the Nephilim and everything. And they all ran out, but several of them were killed by whatever was in there.
Yeah.
Did you hear about the underground compounds where somebody went in to work in an underground compound, and apparently that's where these things reside? And the military people in charge of the compound said, "Do not mention Jesus Christ or anything pertaining to Christianity, or these things will flip the fuck out."
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're the children of humans and the fallen angels that were cast out.
Right. Absolutely. I believe in that. 110%.
Yeah, the sons of God who came down and lay with the daughters of men and taught mortals forbidden knowledge as depicted in Genesis, and went into greater detail in the Book of Enoch, which, for those who don't know, Enoch was the grandfather of Noah and chronicled in great detail these events.
You guys ever heard of Devil's Cliff?
Yeah.
Well, I believe that it's actually a root of a tree.
Yeah, a lot of people do.
Being knocked down, and because when the flood, there'll be animals that will be able to hang on to them, and so before he decided to flood the world, he had the angels cut these trees down.
Well, like you've heard about the fossilization of sea life at the top of mountains, especially like on the peaks of Everest and whatnot.
Yeah,
like they found fossilized
yeah.
remains from shellfish and others, and these high regions where ocean water and ocean life subsequently should not have ever been able to reach unless there was in fact a global flood.
Well, to be honest with you, if you defrost all the ice on Earth, it will cover everything. So I believe,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Well, it's not just, the polar ice caps and, rain. If you read the book of Genesis and subsequently books like Enoch and whatnot, you find out about the water that's underground, all these geysers erupt and whatnot, and helps to flood the earth. All the water that is underground came up, and that was a huge contributor to the global flood.
Right, exactly. So you're talking about Noah. So Noah built the ark so many years and months that, and when the flood did come and God shut the gate, they say that the water did come from the sky and from under the ground.
Yes.
So yeah, and then after that, okay. So it's my theory. Right? This is the reason why I believe in giants and stuff like that. So hear me out. It's just a theory, by the way. Tell me if I'm far off. There was a ring around the world of moisture. So they said that when God created the earth, there were heavens and earth were actually one at one time, and everything was made perfect, like leaves, trees, grass. It was completely beautiful, and that's why people can live up to 900 years old. If you read the Bible in the beginning, a lot of people lived a very long life, and I believe when God flooded the world and He gathered the animals that He would like to live, you know what I mean? All that moisture outside came in onto the earth. So now the sunlight directly beams on earth. They proved this by planting a tomato plant, and they put a veil around it, kind of like the same veil you would see like the Beauty and the Beast with the rose. They hooked up a water supply to constantly go around it, and that tomato lived about 6 months. You can look on YouTube actually, and it was so huge. The tomato is about as big as about 75 inches. And it lived about 6 months before it died. And it was huge. So I think that a lot of us were giants. You know what I mean? A lot of us were really tall. And I do believe that there are other types of giants that mated with angels, which were really big, by the way. We're talking about huge.
Yeah. Well, they say that human beings used to be a lot shorter, and on average, we're between 5 and 7 feet tall.
I'm not saying there wasn't, because we got midgets today, right, that are smaller than us. So we got taller people back then, and they also had small people then. But to them, we're huge. You know what I mean? Like, so, but I think everything went down shorter, and our lifespans went from 900 years old, which is almost close to 1,000. I don't think they quite made it. Now they only live about maybe 100, 130 years. That I think is the most you possibly live. Because you gotta realize, like I said, there's nothing that's stopping the moisture around the world anymore. Everything's beaming on us directly, so our lives are shorter now. And technically, we were all vegetarians before even Noah came in, because after Noah,
in the garden, all they ate was the vegetation.
Right. So it says in one part of the scriptures, when Noah opened the ark again, and the first thing he did, instead of getting food and building a shelter, he built an altar, and he sacrificed, and God loved it so much that He made a promise that He'll never come back until Judgment Day. And to represent that promise, He made
that He would never flood the earth again and send a rainbow as the sun.
Right. Which they're mocking the rainbow now, and it's pissing me off. But my thing is
and when He comes back, He's not going to flood the earth. He's going to rain fire.
Yeah, that's my thing. I believe in all that. I believe that. But that's my theory of why we live so long, why giants exist, larger people, because they found skulls throughout the world.
Absolutely. And the thing is during that time, humans lived extremely long lives.
Right.
We're talking hundreds of years.
Right.
And everything. And like what he was saying is back then they were considerably shorter. The average man was anywhere from 4 feet to 4'5".
Okay, well, I said, like I said, it's
But
just a theory of mine. I'm not completely right. I mean, I'm still doing research on it. But
yeah,
I mean, if we grow,
but
we
when you
work.
think about it, though, when you think about it, they were shorter, but they lived longer lives.
It's
But
kind of weird
as
that the little people that live today live kind of shorter lives than we do. You know what I mean? So I
Yeah,
mean, that's kind of weird.
Thomas, you
but
said you
at this point,
you
man is sacrificed so much to gain size, strength, and stuff like that. It's literally brought our lifespan down to what it is now. But they were successful. Now we have 6, 7 foot men. Who are jumping 12 feet.
yeah. So, Thomas, you were saying like you've been focusing primarily on the King James Bible. Might I suggest
I
something like
don't believe that
this?
the Bible is fully connected yet. I think the closest to the Bible that we got is the King James version. That's my opinion. But I don't think it's all connected yet. Like
No.
it's
The most complete and accurate Bible you can get would be the Ethiopian.
okay.
Okay, that is the most accurate and complete biblical text. Because your standard Bible has 66 books, the Ethiopian has 88.
Right.
Now you
So
also have the Apocrypha.
basically,
I have the 2022 edition. That is comprised of 54 books, including things like Enoch, the Dead Sea Scrolls, and so forth. Okay, like I said, I've got the 2022 edition, but there may have been updated editions that have more content than this version that I have.
well, for instance, like I also think
I'm
that
so glad that they re-released the Dead Sea Scrolls.
well, they say that
Right?
when God created man, He created men and women, and the woman didn't want to follow man. So
You're talking about the story of Lilith.
I thought it was Athena.
Mm-mm. Athena is Greek mythology. You're referring to the Jewish lore of Lilith, that God created men and women, and that explains the discrepancy in the King James version of Genesis, where it said that He created man and women in their image, and then put Adam to sleep and created Eve from his rib. The discrepancy explained was that man and woman were created at the same time from the dust. Woman being Lilith, who would not submit to her husband, a very narcissistic Jezebel spirit,
Right.
and basically told Adam and God to fuck off and bugged out.
Basically. And I think it's ironic that when God took a rib from the man and made a woman in our image, I think it's cool that all men in the history of the world only have one less rib than a woman. All of us do.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty cool.
I've always looked at spirituality and the quote magic or spiritualism of the supernatural abilities as nothing more than science that we as human beings do not yet comprehend. Because you look at Genesis, okay, creating man from the dust and breathing life into it. That's alchemy. Putting Adam to sleep. That's sedation, surgery. Taking his rib to form Eve. Cloning. It's the most basic of ideas. It's, to us, the spiritualism to us, it would be the equivalent of if you went back in time and lit a lighter in front of somebody from the 1800s, they're going to think you made fire in your hands. Like Hocus Pocus. He makes fire in his hands. Okay. That's the equivalent of where we are. We are not that far off from that in terms of our understanding of what God is capable of in terms of what could be a level of science that we don't yet understand. And that's where you get the ideas for the Anunnaki being the gods of the Old Testament, but are, quote, aliens that came down and used their technology and cloning to create the human race and yada, yada, yada. And that's why all these cultures have similar stories, similar Genesis stories, similar crucifixion and Son of God stories, all these mythologies and religious ideas have numerous amounts of similarities, yet they have had no connection one to another, allegedly. So it's safe to say that not only is there truth being spoken by the word of God on a global scale since the beginning of time, but also the adversary speaking and perverting the word of God on a global scale as well. A lot of people say, "Oh, everything took place in the Middle East in the Old and New Testament," and then you have the Book of Mormon that says, "Oh, well, it was also taught to the people in the Americas, and here's how." And then you have people like the Aztecs, the Incans, the Mayans, the Mesopotamians, who all share the same stories, same story, different version, all are true, as they say in Pirates of the Caribbean. That's where that comes from. How is it, whether you believe in Mormon theology or whatever, it does beg the question, how the fuck did all these people all around the fucking globe that have no connection one to the other, allegedly, have these same similar stories?
Okay, so my theory is because when Jesus Christ was crucified and when he was resurrected 3 days later, there was 500 witnesses, and you got to read the apostles that spread around the world preaching, and the way they died.
Yeah, but none of them made it to the Western continent, though.
Right.
None of the apostles or the 500 witnesses
spread the word, and the word kept spreading. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
After that,
I gotta check out, guys. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, peace out, Haunted.
See you, Rob.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, the word of God, like a lot of these stories predate Jesus Christ. A lot of these things were.
Well, here's the thing: we're all left
came
alone
about before Jesus Christ.
All right, so this is my theory. So what I was getting at is that after all these 500 witnesses and everything, and then it started spreading around the world, I think each continent and each state or whatever, or each country came up with its own religion. That's why there's more religion in, like, the Pope is like in what, France and England and all that around that area.
You have 40, I think it's like 24,000 different Christian theologies around the planet.
So we all have a similarity because we all bear witness to all these witnesses that they basically is true. And instead of keeping the Bible together, they split it up to different religions around the world. So I believe, this is what I believe, if you grab every religion in the world and you put it into one book, there's your Bible.
I've looked into that. That was my initial thing when I was investigating religions back in the day.
I'm not saying it's all. I mean, I'm not saying. I believe that, like I said, Jesus was baptized with the Aaronic priesthood. Mormons are the only ones there in the religion right now that have that. And if we want to follow,
the Catholics don't even have that.
So the way that Jesus lived, and if that's how we're supposed to live, then we're supposed to be doing the same thing he did, and he was baptized with the Aaronic priesthood. And I'm not saying anybody's wrong. It's not up to me to judge. You know what I mean? I'm very open-minded.
Yeah, do your own research and let the Spirit attest to you what is and is not.
If you really want to know, is ask. If you want to know, don't ask out of despite because to prove that you're right. Ask God if this is true.
Yeah, just like with politics, you got to keep an open mind and you got to look at both sides of the coin. You got to call balls and strikes. You can't be politically or religiously biased. Otherwise, you get caught up in the divide and conquer narrative.
I may be more on the Mormon side, but there's still other religions that I find really fascinating. You know what I mean? Like, really fascinating. You know, I don't like Buddha or monks. I love that. Mm-hmm. China takes religion to a whole new level.
They do.
They take it so serious.
And a lot of people say, he learned a lot of the Buddhist theology and Egyptian theology and whatnot.
Yeah, have you ever seen
that Christ learned a lot of these things?
Have you ever seen the Hong Kong Mormon Temple?
No, I have not.
Oh, you should look it up. It looks like an actual Hong Kong building, but it's the Mormon temple.
I will have to look that up. But what I would like to articulate here in regards to your synopsis about, bringing bits and pieces of all religions together, and there you'll have a complete truth. From what I found out, that's not wholeheartedly the case. Because most of these theologies stem from, and though they stem from an original source, your Bible, whether it be the KJV, Ethiopian, Geneva, or what have you, they all have suppressed information. Again, like the Ethiopian Bible has 82 books. Your standard KJV and subsequent English translations only have 66.
I can agree with that.
Catholic Bible, I think they have 77. The Dewey Reams Catholic Bible is 77, I believe.
I'm understand. I think we're all just lost. Everybody's lost. And as soon as we admit that we're lost,
yes, or the blind leading the blind,
just come together. Can you imagine this? And it will never happen. I would pray for this kind of stuff.
Unity versus division.
Use all the bombs. We all come together and live happy, no fear. Let's go back, instead of money, let's go back to trading.
Barter system.
Yeah, bargaining. Like, oh, I got corn, you got watermelon, fuck, let's trade. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm good at plumbing. Oh, you're good at carpentry. Okay. I need a kitchen table and you need your toilet fixed.
Right. There's so much land that's not being used right now. If we spread it out, we still have a lot of generations to fill it. You know what I mean? If we all just come together, give us our own land, start trading and bargaining, and live and love one another, and just live happy and follow Christ. Guess what?
Well, that's the problem. They want the globalists want to have everything, and you have nothing. They want to control everything, including your fucking mind and what you fucking think. They don't want to just control what you do and say. They want to control your very thought process. They not only want to know what you're thinking, they want to control what you think. These people are so fucking sick that they want to be able to control your mind, because Satan, he can't create anything. He can only try to mimic it and
manipulate. Yeah,
and try to destroy it. So they want, and Satan, he can't read your mind. God knows what's in your mind and in your heart. Satan, he doesn't. He can only plant thoughts. But if he can create get human beings to create the technology, because our connection with God, if he can get us to create the technology for him, to where he not only knows our thoughts, but can influence and control our thoughts. That's what his goal is.
God just looks at our hearts, man. For instance, all I have in my pocket is $2, man. All I got is $2, and this guy has like $100, right? He puts in 50, but I give him everything into tithing, right? What's God gonna look at you more? The man who gave up everything, or the man who gave a few?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how much more you got. It's what's in your heart.
It's like the parable of you're essentially quoting the parable of the Pharisees and the poor woman.
Exactly. So basically, also, if I die and that person dies, who's richer? Me. I have a family. I have kids. These things make me a rich man.
They do. You
know what I mean? Like, I love my kids. I've struggled every day with them little shits. But no, in a real note, my kids are my life. Are my life. I can't live without them. And here's the thing about this is how I know. I have not found out what the love felt like, God's love felt like, until I became a father.
Yeah.
Because when I look at my children and I see them doing bad, and I teach them that they're doing bad, and they still do it, I still love them to enough to wait for them to make the right decisions of what I taught them.
Yeah.
And the fact that I'm so patient and waiting for my children to do the right thing and still love them, eventually it's going to hit their hearts and go, you know what, my dad was right. I should probably do this. Maybe I should have listened to him.
my life is shit right now. I need to do what my dad taught me to do. And it's the same thing with God. God gave us life. He gave us a task. He gave us commandments. You know, he's sitting there. He loves this all very much. He's on the edge of his seat, looking down at us and going, "You got this, Thomas. You can do this, Thomas. It's right in front of you. It's not that hard. Just let go."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's love conquers everything.
Yeah, and that's why they fight so hard against it. Why they fight so hard against the family unit. Why they fight against fathers being a part of their children's lives, and why they want the women in the workforce and women empowerment to the point of men become women and women become men. You know, they want to pervert everything because the family unit was perfect how it was. You had the mother and the father and the children. You know, you had the mother over the children, God, or the man over the family, and God over the home. Okay, when you had that, life was great. And yeah, nothing was perfect. You know, you're always going to have your trials and your tribulations. You're going to have your struggles. But when you had the family unit, you didn't have these problems. People talk about, oh, you need to accept people in woke culture or the LGBTQ culture or how they identify as a person. You didn't have those issues 20, 30 years ago because you had the family unit together to help each other, to uplift each other, not just humor bullshit. We have been convinced as a society that we are weak and stupid, that being a man is bad or being a woman is bad or being a human being is bad, to where you have people who are identifying as the opposite gender or something completely made up, or identify, you know, or as furries, or take it beyond, you know, just having fun in a costume to actually embracing that lifestyle. Like, you know, I think I'm a cat, I'm going to go shit in the fucking litter box kind of thing. Like literally, like take it to extremes that should not be taken to. And I've got nothing against furries or trans people or LGBTQ, but I will acknowledge you did not have these problems when you had God in the home and you had family. Okay. Yeah. And you had community. They want you to hate yourself. They want you to, you know, I find it such a fucking hypocrisy that the LGBTQ community and the trans people say, oh, you need to accept me. You didn't accept yourself. You didn't love yourself. And that's the problem. Nobody taught you how to love yourself because society decided, and the government decided, oh, we're going to raise your kids. And then they taught you to fucking hate yourself and despise yourself, despise your race, despise your gender, despise the fact that you're a human fucking being and think that you are this worthless, weak piece of shit. Where we didn't have that problem 30 years ago. We were on the verge of reaching our true potential prior to 1913 and oil-based medications, when we were still eating natural foods and using natural medicines. Before Project Artichoke, we were on the verge of reaching a utopia. But over the centuries, we have been suppressed to the point where we are now. And it's been reversed, that you need to accept what is ungodly and wrong as the new norm, when the old norm is so much more empowering than anything that these people think they're going to achieve. They're trying to achieve this level of empowerment that you could only get by embracing the old ways. They're trying to incorporate new ways in order to achieve what was achieved in the old ways. I'm sorry, but you know, if the old ways work, if it ain't broke, don't fucking fix it.
It's just fear, man. They're afraid.
They refuse to stand up for what they know is right. They know what's right. They know they're not a woman. They know this.
Yeah, and so many people in the trans community, like
they're
I'm
so
not hating
big.
on them. I actually feel bad for them because so many of them, and I've known quite a few, who made these transitions, took the medications, had varying surgeries, and they've come to regret it and then hate themselves even more because they were looking for something. They were trying to fill something in here with something out there, and it didn't work. And now they hate themselves even more because they have done irreversible damage to their bodies.
There's a time my son went through that phase of wanting to transition, but after a while, he just walked away from that.
Yeah, and a large part of that probably had to do because you were there for him and loved him, and you didn't force him on anything, but you loved him and you were there to truly support and guide him.
Yeah, the thing is, going back to 2008, this like almost 20 years ago. I remember watching this on current television. It was a documentary about the homeless LGBT kids. Their parents kicked them out without even just having the time to listen to your kids because they're scared, man.
Yeah,
they're terrified.
Yeah, society's manipulating them, and you're punishing them for it.
Parents are putting their faith over their kid. Like, look, we're going to your faith, and your kids come first. Why?
Yeah,
because the thing is, they need you.
Yeah, they need the love and the guidance.
They need that parent to. But I said, look, I need you. You're my mom and dad. I'm scared. I don't know what to do. So you had this was the time when the Mormon Church spent $122 million. Now that's a lot of fucking money on Prop 8, all the way from Utah.
I remember Prop 8.
And I was like, that's a conflict of interest. Spending that much money. And the thing is, you are a religion. You're a church, okay? That's why we have the thing called
God didn't cut down the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. He left it there and let people make their own choice. Now, I do understand on the flip side as to why these theologies would oppose it and put so much energy and even financial resource into it, because it became an issue of give an inch, take a mile. And you look at where we are now. And the conversation we're having to happen now, because society has embraced open decay. It's like, okay, I got this. Now I want this. Now I want this. Now I want this. It's always more. And now you hear these chants from these LGBTQ. We're here. We're queer. We're coming for your children. Why do you fucking preach that? There's no justification for that. What you do in your bedroom is your own fucking business, but don't fucking bring the kids into it, man.
The dad in me.
Don't bring kids into it.
The dad in me would be like, yeah, good luck with that. I hope you could try to handle a 6'2", 250-pound guy. Gray beard, gray hair, and a very angry right foot.
Yeah, and we're all diabetic, so we already have that countdown clock ticking on us. Let's fuck around and find out if I'm gonna die. I'm gonna take you down to hell with me.
Straight up Red Foreman their ass, man.
Right, Thomas? You look like you have a thought.
It makes me sad, man, to think about our children taking over our fight.
Yeah.
It's not fair.
What they've already had to face. They're already in the fight. And that's why I opted out. One of the big reasons why I opted out of having kids, because I understand they're a blessing and whatnot, but I just could not in myself bring it bring myself to bring a child into this world and subject them to this. I don't know that I could have it in me to do it. Now, granted, relationships, being what they were, it just never happened for me, of marriage and a family and all that. Not for lack of trying, but, the more I look back on it, I consider, considering those relationships working failed and considering, where we are as a society, woe unto the mothers who give suck in the last days.
Like I said, I lucked out, man. The woman I got, a very good woman. I told her, she told me to tell her an honest thing one time, and I remember it like yesterday. And she asked me, how did I find a good guy like you? And I looked at her and I go, what? Let me tell you something. I said, you deserve way better than me. But I cannot see you with another man. So I will become the man that you rightfully deserve.
Yep.
And it
Acknowledge
wasn't
that you're not
her.
the man you could be or should be, but fight to be that man.
You know how many times
Every
my
day
wife
to
took
better
me in the
yourself.
bathroom and told me to look in the mirror? To take a hard look.
Yeah.
My woman wasn't afraid to smack me in the back of the head. She wasn't afraid to give me a hug either. And she always complained about rubbing her feet. Listen, she is 110% imperfect, and I love it.
Nobody's
Everything
perfect.
about her, man.
The only person that was perfect was Jesus Christ, and they want to remove Jesus Christ from everything. They want to destroy. They want to destroy Christianity. They want to destroy the nuclear family. They want to suppress the roadmap. That's why your Bible only has 66 books, and much of which has been edited and even removed from the books that are there. Why? Because that's your roadmap home. And how's Satan going to make sure you don't get home? He's going to destroy as much of the map as he can. He can't destroy all of it, but he's going to try to destroy enough just to keep you from being able to get home. And that's why he wants to destroy Christ and the theology that many people hold, and the family unit and community, because all these things are of God, and he strongly opposes everything of God. And we are living in those times. It's impossible to deny it. Whether you're a Christian or an atheist or not, it's impossible to not deny that we are living in a time that was talked about in biblical prophecy, to where we'd have a situation of lovers of self and a pulling away from God and everything that he ordained as good, and seeing good for evil and evil for good. Okay. Now, I'm not knocking anybody for being gay or whatnot, but, God designed man and woman to procreate together, to not only procreate, but the dynamic for a healthy, sustainable family. That was the initial design. Okay. Just like you have a toaster. It's a good thing. It serves its purpose, but you don't take a bath with it, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
It's like this. It's like we have responsibility. So once you get married and you have a family, you're not obligated. It is your duty to guide and protect your family. You are the leader of your family. You took that responsibility by bearing that woman and having children.
Mm-hmm.
You need to guide them to God. It's your job, because if they fail, you fail. Now,
and you can't let society raise your kids, because look at what it does.
You can't. So how I look at that is that I cannot make my kids do what I want them to do. I know that. But I will teach them
and guide them as best you can.
Do. And what they do with their lives, they will be answered to that when Judgment Day comes. My thing is, God is a merciful man, or God. He's not a man. He's a God. He's very merciful. One of the greatest things that I love about him is mercy.
Yeah.
Like,
a lot of people, I'm sorry, I want to share a thought with you in conjunction with what you were saying. A lot of people hate Christianity because they see God as this oppressive thing, when he's not the oppressor. He's the one that provided salvation. They don't hate Judaism and the perception of God in Judaism, even though that's the dictate idea, but they hate Christianity for that reason. And they say, oh, well, God, why would God condemn somebody to hell? He doesn't. God doesn't condemn anybody, but he's not going to force somebody to be a part of his life. Okay. There are many people that I would love to have good relationships with, that, friendships and whatnot that fell apart. And that is truly saddening, but they choose to walk away, just like I've had to choose to walk away from friendships and relationships in the past. We have that choice. God is not pushing us away. We are walking away from him.
Yeah,
so
man.
It's not, so people need to understand it's not God that is condemning you. He's just allowing you to make the choices. Like, if you don't want to be around me, that's fine, but there's nowhere else for you to go. It's either my kingdom or whatever's not my kingdom. And that's what people need to understand. But society and the system has lied to people, lied about who we are, what we're capable of, and what the true nature of God and his intention for us is. Because the enemy, Satan, who is the architect of the New World Order system and who these people serve, hates God, but can't hurt God. So the next best thing is to hurt the thing that he loves most, and that's his children, us. Which is why they want to wipe us out, why they want to modify us and turn us into cyborgs before completely eliminating the human species as a whole. Because that's taking us away from God and perverting his creation before subsequently destroying it utterly.
And we can't do it alone either. We're not meant to do it alone. It's like my grandma always said to me, she's dead now, and I miss her so much. My grandma Artie.
Yeah.
She
used to say, Thomas, stop sticking your dick in that light socket.
Nah, man, she was a very, very Christian woman. But yeah, I should probably just stop doing that. But there was a sign on the wall she used to have, and the house don't exist there no more, by the way. They knocked it down. But so these memories is the only ones that I have in my head, which I find unique because no one will ever have that memory but me and whoever's been in the house. But the sign on there says, if you were a lemon and your whole life you were built to make lemonade, how much lemonade can you make with just one lemon?
Not much.
You cannot do this alone. We need to fill the bucket. So we're called to serve. We're called to preach, but we're not called to judge. And the weirdest part is we're supposed to do it with open arms. And
we don't understand everything, but we do understand a lot.
I would say more that we know enough, but not everything. No, it's like
I don't think we're meant to know everything.
Our kids would ask us so many questions, just like we would ask our grandparents. It's like I'll try to answer the questions best I can, but I don't have all the answers. But I will let you know and tell you. The only person that knows more is God Himself. We're just
here.
Now we're old fuckers now.
I'm still in a state of denial about that.
I'm not, man. I can feel it in my body.
I can feel it, but I'm still in denial.
when I hit,
I'm not gonna lie. I got Peter Pan syndrome. I am in.
I wish I reached
denial.
like at least 18 or 17.
when I hit 50 this year, the whole time in my 40s, and then I just turned 50. I can realize giving a fuck, it was like out the window. When I hit 45 was like, fuck it, hey, no more fucks to give, I'm 50 now, and the older I get, I can realize I could be the biggest prick in the world and not give a fuck and enjoy it, or just like enjoy it more, because the thing is, I know my son, he'll be 30 in 3 years, and in 20 years he'll feel the same way.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's fun. It's like we're the punchline in a joke that God created at the same time.
Yeah, that's the world talking, in my opinion. I mean, I get where you're coming from, but I do think that's one of the tricks.
I don't think we should be a bunch of assholes. I think we should be really stern though, and stand our ground.
Exactly.
I mean? Like we should be like,
don't be a dick, but don't be a pacifist little bitch either.
I would never walk up to a transgender and say you're wrong. I would say, this is not what God made us for. You know it. I know it. Come on, brother.
I wouldn't even be that
forceful.
I mean, just be like, look, I love you. I got your back. Like, do you guys remember Asshole Blogger?
Yep.
He turned trans.
What? Really?
Yeah. That's why you don't see or hear from him anymore. He changed his name to Lita, became trans, did not fully transition, came to regret it, and is now a Buddhist monk.
Wow.
He and I have lost touch over the years, mainly because of the struggles I was facing. And I don't think he was capable of handling it, so he distanced himself.
Hey man, monks are no joke.
Yeah, but that's the road that he went down. So when I say I have experience with this and knowing people who've gone through this, that's one of many examples of what I've seen, of trans people going down this path, trying to fill a void, and then coming to regret it because it wasn't the promised land that they were sold on. And then they hate themselves even more because they've done irreparable harm and damage to their body that they can't come back from. And it just makes matters worse. It doesn't fix the problem. It just made it worse. And you hear about it all the time. I wouldn't shun somebody or tell them they're wrong, or even say, hey, God knows this is wrong. God knows this is wrong. Or just be like, look,
honestly,
regardless.
Honestly, I wouldn't say anything.
Yeah, I'd be like, I'm just saying, I love you. I love you. I'm your friend. I'm here for you.
Honestly, I would just leave it alone and say, look, you live your life. You find you find your.
I get what you're saying. It's kind of like a closed mouth don't fix nothing.
No, it's about being patient.
Well, I get that. Yeah.
Basically, pick and choose your battles wisely.
Well, here's the thing, I would never argue about it. You know what I mean? Like if it ever came to that, oh hey, look, you need to live your life. I love you, man. This is I'm just trying to help. That's it.
We all know our hearts and minds are in it, but the thing is, it's their life.
I mean, while we're doing this broadcast, it's the same thing. We're letting people know.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. And which one I'm taking point right now. You were saying before, we gotta come together. One lemon can't make lemonade by itself.
Yeah.
And even though everybody's not here right now, we have built ourselves quite a big team here, guys. A huge team we have made. Look at all of us. quite a big team here, and many people have come and gone over the years. But we're still here despite whatever ups and downs we have faced.
Exactly.
We've done it. And we do this for you, ladies and gentlemen. This is not about us. This is not about our egos. This is not about making money. Like I said, any profits we make from monetization or sales from the online store goes right back into the Worldwide Assistance Network. It doesn't go into anybody's pocket. It goes right back into the network.
I actually just bought a shirt.
No, you bought another one?
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm gonna buy one.
Yeah.
One.
Yeah, you can get them at RealTWWRN.printify.me, any number of shirts. That's why, given what you were talking about earlier, that's why I chose that shirt for you, that only God can save you, Trump won't. Because I think that suits you, man. So
I love that
I like seeing you in that. But, again, this is all for you guys, and everything we make rolls right back into the Worldwide Assistance Network. Like Robin said, he just bought a shirt. You know what? I'm probably going to use that money to mail this banner and his new lightsaber and bumper sticker to his house. Nice. Yep. So he's going to be getting this banner, a bumper sticker, and his gray lightsaber mailed to him, and that money's probably gonna go to mailing out that package for him. So he'll have a nice little backdrop for when he's doing podcasts, and have some nice props, and put a bumper sticker on his car, because everything that comes in goes right back into the network to help us grow and reach more people.
I got a truck, brother. It's a truck.
You got what?
Truck.
I thought you had a clown car.
Oh, I wish.
Hey, women are clown cars.
Oh, you gotta see my man. You gotta see my mother-in-law, man. Big old.
Calm down, buddy. But yeah, getting back to what I was saying. We do this for you guys, and everything we get, we roll right back into the network, because we want to expand, we want to grow, we want to reach more people, because one lemon can't make lemonade.
Or lemon pancake.
That sounds good.
We're doing this so we can make a difference for everybody. And we want
even if we're not going out, doing this, that, and the other, even, we're the watchmen on the tower, as it says in Ezekiel 33:6. We are the watchmen on the tower. We are the ones warning you of what's coming. That's what Alex Jones has been doing. That's what Joe Rogan does, Candace Owens, so on and so forth. We're doing the same thing. The only difference between us is we cover the things that they don't necessarily get to on their shows. We cover the angles that a lot of people otherwise wouldn't think of, because we sit here and just brainstorm and throw out imaginations and have regular conversations and go, what about this? What about that? And think about things off the cuff that most people wouldn't think about until after the show is ended and go, yo, damn, I should have made that point. That's where we come in. That's where we try to pick up the ball. So, again, we do this for you guys. So,
hey, Chris.
Support those who support you. Yes.
Did you read the bottom of my name yet?
No. What'd you do? What'd you do, you son of a bitch? Monkey nut butter? Really? Monkey nut butter?
What the hell?
You sick little monkey. Let me ground this guy. You sick little monkey. Yeah. We do this all for you guys. We have a lot of fun. We even talk about our personal experiences. We share with you guys, because we would like our experiences to help other people. If if other people can learn from our mistakes and our experiences, great. We're more than happy to share it. Apart from, exploring different ideas and covering things that otherwise wouldn't be covered. If we can share our own experiences and show that we're human just like the rest of you guys, and if somebody else can learn from our mistakes, great. So again, everything we do is for you guys. So support the people. You support the people that have your back and fight for you. And we are fighting for you. So help us to grow and to reach new people. Check out the online store. Buy a t-shirt. Buy a bumper sticker. Buy a coffee mug. Smash it over somebody's head. Whatever. Don't smash it over somebody's head. That's satire. I'm kidding.
You got it. No.
But yeah. And even if things are tough for you financially, it costs nothing to share the live feeds and the retransmissions and to follow us on our various social medias: X, YouTube, Rumble, Facebook, all at REALTWWRN. And again, keep the conversation going. And, we have good days where a lot of people are tuning in and sometimes we don't. But help keep the conversation going, because the more people we reach, the more engaging the conversations become, with not only the people on the panel, but with you guys as well. So keep the conversations going. If something we talked about resonates with you and you think somebody else will benefit from it, share it with somebody. Take segments and share those. It doesn't bother us in the least. Just be sure to give credit where credit's due is all I would ask. If you're going to repost, just give credit where credit's due. That's all I would ask. And on that note, on behalf of The Haunted and Zero and Jenny, who couldn't be here tonight, thank you, Reverend Tommy Bird.
You're welcome, man.
And thank you for everybody who tuned in. This is Tin Man, Chris Sheldon with the Worldwide Resistance Network. If you're watching this, you are the resistance. Stay strong.
Days nuts.
Yes. Days nuts. And again, all of his stuff can be found at the beginning of our transmissions when we have our openers. Check him out. We will be back tomorrow with Grey Jedi TV, followed by Tin Man TV at 8 p.m. Central. So about what time, Revan? About 6 p.m. Central time?
About
Grey Jedi TV?
Around 4:35.
Okay, so around like 4:35 o'clock Pacific Standard Time.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to come up with the definitive time for you so that people know when to tune in.
It's going to be next Monday.
Yep, and immediately following that at 8 p.m. will be Tin Man TV. So be sure to check us out. That schedule is locked in. 8 p.m. Monday night, the round table. Tuesday, 8 p.m. Tin Man TV. So until tomorrow on Grey Jedi TV.
Wait.
Revan wants to show you something. What do you got?
I gotta do this. I gotta do this.
Oh God. It's Senor Mexico. It's not Captain America. It's Senor Mexico. So, on behalf of everybody, including Senor Mexico over here, this is Tin Man with the Resistance. Stay strong. Stay safe. Don't have a seizure like Thomas is doing, whatever the hell he's doing. Don't be like Tommy Bird. And until next time, if you're watching this, you are the Resistance.
You can hear this. You are not alone. This is the Resistance.